US 2 minutes.
Are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
already.
Can you tell Jader?
What's your name, bro?
Jate.
Ajiten?
Jate.
Jate?
Yeah.
Oh, Aaron.
Aaron?
Yeah.
Alright, let's do this.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright. Hello everybody. Welcome to the Aztec Spring Games 2025 Day 4. We're in with League of Legends for today. And our first match of the day is going to be our home team, SDSU Black versus what was
Our school is
no,
SD's.
no, their school.
Cal State Long Beach.
Yes, Cal
Yes.
State Long Beach. And let's just hope for some good games today, all right? And of course, I mean, I'm from here. I'm from SDSU. I'm going to be biased, so go our home team.
Likewise here too. I'll be biased as well, but we'll see whichever team has the most action. We'll make the most comments. We'll probably start yelling. We'll
Yeah.
see what we'll see what happens from there.
Yeah, may the best team win. Okay, and I don't really know. Do we have any metric on how good the Long Beach team is? I'd say
They
Just
have,
decent.
they have. I mean, in general, Long Beach does have a pretty strong esports program. I have seen them on Instagram.
really.
Yeah, they've posted plenty of like content like Rocket League, League of Legends.
Let's see.
Yes, I think they're also known a lot for like Overwatch, but we'll see. SCSU Red does have some pretty good players as well. So this could be like the greatest match that we've ever seen, or just a straight up destruction from one of the teams, just totally gapping every lane. So we'll see. This is gonna be definitely be probably a good match from what I've seen from the last time I casted, for the I believe the fall game. So
Oh, I see.
we'll see.
That's is it SDSU Red or SDSU Black playing today? I think we're about to find out around now. I think is get into yeah, it's SDSU Black gonna be playing. You can see I think they're all set up. SDS Long Beach currently I think they're filing it like right about now, which so I think getting into draft pretty.
And once again, guys, if you guys are watching, this is a snake draft, I believe. So we're not abiding to the regular draft rules. This is snake draft. So I believe how it works is like when you pick a character, you can't pick the champion again from the next game, right?
I mean, fearless.
This is fearless draft, right?
Yes.
Yeah, fearless stick
So
draft.
yeah, it will be a fearless best of three. So yes. So for example, for the initiated, say your top laner picks Aatrox. No one is allowed to play Aatrox for the rest of the series. So this way, this will force teams to be a little bit more proactive in drafting and kind of explore their champion pools a bit, and it rewards wider champion pools as opposed to
Right. So honestly, it just favors those who can play more than one champion. So for the one tricks watching, this is gonna be hard if you want to do anything like this.
I mean, and Fearless has been one of the best things that I think
Yeah.
Riot's ever introduced. Because,
Oh yeah, dude. Fearless is it really does kind of stretch the limits of like a player's and like honestly like a team, because how are you gonna like kind of work like create like a synergy with the champs that you have limited if you don't
yeah.
have
Yeah, but also no more R5 renekton spam.
Oh yeah.
So
So we'll see. The players are getting ready.
sit tight,
Honestly,
folks. Yeah.
everybody just looks a little uneasy and nervous, but I'm sure that this will be a great match. So we'll see what they select on the draft pick.
And I think what I'm most curious about today is for one of our players, Titus. He's usually a mid lane player, but I've heard from him that he might be swapping to top lane for one of today's matches.
That'll be pretty interesting to
Yeah.
see.
But no guarantees on that. they're just gonna have to see.
We'll go ahead and wait a bit until we get word from which champs are drafted. So I think right now we're just waiting on the teams to kind of decide here.
You said you casted for the fall games, right?
Yeah, I did cast for the fall games.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. There was plenty of like action from I believe it was SDSU Black that played against got what team? I think it was Play. I'm
Oh,
not sure, but it was one of those Ohio State teams. It was a pretty solid match.
and did they go over the drafting live on stream?
Yeah, they did.
I see. So you'll be
Yeah,
able to
so
comment on it.
I think we'll just have to wait a bit. We'll go ahead and see what happens next. Looks like the team is just discussing with one another, like which champs to draft.
Hmm.
So we'll go ahead and wait and see.
And it turns, and I believe today's games will all be played on the current live patch. 25.25.08. A lot of things. So in this patch, a lot of things have changed. Well, fair as is with every single League of Legends patch. The most significant ones, I believe, are that we might see a bit of Zoe today because
Oh, we really?
yeah, because what they did is they they buffed Zoe because she was having a lot of trouble wave clear with her wave clear
Really?
because her Q damage becomes a bit non-existent throughout the late game. But they removed that restriction, so now Zoe is far more. And we're gonna actually get into here. So we're now in drafts. SDSU already banned. We've already banned
The Vex.
The Vex. Banning the squishy, not squishy, but bursty
Lilia
mid-range
ban right
champs.
here.
Lilia, yeah,
For
we're gonna
Long
see-
Beach.
Yeah, because SDSU they do play a lot of AP junglers, so getting the Lily out of the way is probably a good decision. Let's see what SDSU
Let's
has
see
to
what else
say.
they got to ban next.
Like, and exactly, take out the Gwen, no surprises
Gwen.
there. Very strong top lane champion, still in this current meta. Even after eating a couple of nerfs, still very, very strong, still
Right.
very difficult to deal with.
Let's see what Long Beach has under their sleeve, what they want to ban.
I might be thinking. I mean, they could always just take away like another classic meta pick. There's the Jinx, yeah, no surprise there again. Very strong carry champion, and let's see what they might have to say in response. Hecarim.
Hecarim.
I see. And opting to take away from that. And I think Long Beach has a pretty prominent Hecarim player, so that might be a targeted ban.
Yeah, that might have been a targeted ban. That's what I think as well. Same thing goes for the Long Beach banning the Jinx. I do remember one of the ADCs at SCSU was really prominent with the Jinx and the Zaya. I forgot his username, but it was pretty good from the last fall game.
So you think we're gonna see? No, actually, we're gonna see the Ambessa instead. So 3 bans out of the way. SDSU will be starting on blue side. Let's see what they have.
Let's see who they have to pick for one another. We'll see.
Kind of blind pick that I think we might see is they might just pick top. Might just pick top first, honestly, because it'll.
I have seen them play Renekton though. There is one player that plays in the top lane. Oh, Pantheon.
Okay, we're gonna get a Pantheon.
Okay, we got a
first one.
Pantheon first pick for San Diego State.
And immediate response with the hybrid is it possibly the hybridinger coming in from Long Beach? And both these picks are great because Pantheon can be slotted into 3 different roles. He can be played mid, he can be played jungle, and he can even be played support. Hybridinger can also be flexed though to a much lesser degree. And it looks like Long Beach are weighing their options. Actually, they're not going to go for the hybridinger.
Go
They're
for the
instead
Zac.
going for the Zac Victor 1-2. So so we're already going for a very front to back heavy comp for I think. Because Victor would like to prefer to poke from the back line and take over team fights with his ults, whereas Zac likes to get in and just kind of disrupt the front line a lot because he's very, very tanky.
Syndra pick, hovering the Syndra. We'll see if they'll commit to it. SDSU. I noticed they like to play a lot of champs with generally a lot of rotation value. That's what I've seen from the last game. The SDSU Black is pretty quick to rotate to the fights. I mean, once see we got a Tristana pick right here as well.
So got a
So
very
a little more movement for the
yeah,
bot lane.
very mobile bot.
Mobile bot lane.
Yeah. But what does Long Beach have in a response to have in response to this pick? They could be going for the AD right here, or they could drop it in favor of picking either support, or if they think it's we'll have to see.
We'll see. It's Kaisa, so they do pick the AD. We got a Kaisa to fire back against the Tristana.
Right. Do you think we're going to see some support bans in the 4-5?
100%. You know, this is pretty high level League of Legends.
Poppy ban.
We got a Poppy ban. So again, this is pretty. A lot of these players are pretty high elo, so they understand how to value the use of supports on the team. But we'll see what SDSU has in store for us for their fourth ban.
I think
Yora, okay.
Okay. Ban taking away the top lane carries here. Lane carry here.
Right.
Final ban coming in from Long Beach.
I would say a good choice to ban Poppy for Long Beach. Poppy is pretty strong. I'm not even gonna lie. Like especially with her, a lot of her abilities can quickly change a fight like just instantly. So that's a pretty good ban. I mean, they got a
taking away the Vi, taking away the backline lockdown away from SCSU. Would be good into Victor Kaisa specifically because Zach has to go in and that's his peel. But if Vi can just go in, Vi can just press R. She can disrupt the fight like that.
Yeah, quick fight disrupt.
And the Jax ban coming in from SDSU, no surprise. Just on a big auto attacker would be very difficult to deal with.
And she's highly mobile. We can see a Thresh ban with Thresh pick for Long Beach. Looks like they're kind of a more aggressive bot lane style of setup. Maybe you could see some early Zac ganks with the combination of the Kaisa and the Thresh. We'll see what SDSU has to counter that.
I think the Thresh is a good pick because it disrupts a lot of pretty typical support picks.
Yeah.
For example, Rakad's pretty much out of the picture now. I believe Leona is also pretty bad into Thresh. But let's see.
Mordekaiser pick, okay. See what they got for their final pick. The support pick right here.
Yeah, it should be. Let's see what the support counter pick is into Thresh. Unless they're willing to flex Pantheon as support, in which case that would make for a very interesting.
Which is not bad, honestly. Pantheon support it's not bad to its own way, and we see a Yorick, so I think it is Pantheon support.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yorick is pretty strong, I believe, in this patch, especially with the side laning potential in combination with the grubs and the Atacons. Only thing is though, that's my problem with the Yorick is once you breach through the base, right? The final towers to the Nexus, because of the respawn, he's just kind of you can't really just sit there and die to take the towers. The tower just respawns eventually. Yeah. We'll see.
Long Beach is gonna come in with the Gnar final pick. Very safe top laner, all things considered. Good in team fights, decent laning. Not very surprising pick whatsoever. And the draft's done. We're going to be getting into the game now. So you guys sit back, relax, and enjoy game one.
We'll see what happens.
An interesting draft. What are your thoughts? And who do you think won draft in this city?
Honestly, I think I'm gonna have to give the pick to Long Beach if I'm being honest. Like the fact that they just have all that kind of aggression kind of going on. I mean, SDSU they kind of playing for the early game with the Yorick pick, trying to secure the towers, especially with how the Atacon works with the towers. We'll have to see. We'll go ahead and have to see. It's honestly gonna be like who's better at just moving around the map, rotating to the fight, getting things done around the map.
I think the Thresh is going to be a bit of a problem in this because you have particularly if you have semi-immobile carries like
so we will actually be transitioning into a quick mini break as we work towards getting the footage of the game.
Yes.
See you guys in a bit.
Nice.
They till yeah, they're having a little.
I see.
Oh, that's cool.
Spectators are
Oh.
forced out of 3 minutes.
That's all cool.
We're gonna wait until the game starts and get you.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
All right. Cool. Cool. Cool.
Jump in, it'll probably
Game
Okay.
starting. Okay.
be
I feel like late game's gonna be a problem for this. With a lot of early game skirmishing power.
The Yorick, man. The Yorick.
The
The
Yorick.
Yorick pick.
The Yorick, the Pantheon.
Yeah.
Just not.
go behind it. Why are they picking
They're not picking.
Heimer? Oh, they didn't pick Heimer.
They didn't pick
They
Heimer.
hovered Heimer.
They hovered Heimer, yeah. I'm guessing they just.
But like the minute I saw it, I was. No.
I mean, not really.
Oh.
He's just kind of annoying, but has no real staying power outside of laning phase.
Exactly right.
So
He's just staring at the camera.
they didn't have to rely on the like an actual relay like they do with the with worlds and oil and stuff.
Yeah.
But,
Dude, that'd
I
be
mean,
sick.
Those didn't cost money.
oh, they cost money.
Or, I mean, you can make your own.
Yeah, no, I understand. Oh, I see. Yeah, that's costly. Yeah, fair enough.
No, I don't know. Who the fuck is on my monitor? You know if Calcos is here yet? Is that on the camera? Okay, Calcos is not 30 out.
Almost done with the picks, so I think we're in like
30.
Okay. Cool. That's fine.
damn 3 minute wait. All right.
Yeah. Of
Yeah,
course.
Furiously trying to memorize.
It's gonna look like jank with all the boxes.
It is.
That's what production.
Oh, he's just saying.
They're posing for the camera, and y'all are like, okay.
Look like we're.
He's on his phone, but
I'm memorizing fucking.
yeah, all right.
Well, I have.
How's it gonna look on the gram?
Oh my god. Fine, let me look locked in.
Oh, we have to wait for
Yeah.
we have to wait for spectator. We have to wait for
T
spectator
minus
delay.
230.
Yeah. I didn't think spectator delay would apply because it's a custom, but yeah.
Okay. Yeah. That's kind of weird. The league does that.
But he's
Posting.
never found a workaround.
Yeah.
Oh.
Besides Riot.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
okay,
that
okay.
makes
That
sense.
Riot can do it.
Yeah. With no delay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But we have to do it online. Yeah, we should talk to Riot.
There's been worse.
Oh yeah.
It's not happy with that. What the Swanson's one?
delay, so just wait.
Got a minute. We can be on the casters.
Cool, actually.
They're trolling.
Do we want to turn this?
I don't know how you pronounce it. Like Siga.
Oh, wait, that's the one that I was talking about.
Oh.
Dylan, yeah, Dylan,
Dylan?
on the
Oh, Dylan, yeah.
yeah, on
Dylan's
the
a good
ADC.
Jinx player,
Yeah, on the ADC, he was nasty last game. Last fall on fall games, he was going crazy on the Zaya.
Guys in?
Alright.
3 seconds left.
All right, got it.
Alright. Yeah, we're ready. Welcome back, everybody. Sorry. Give it about 30 more seconds. We're currently waiting for the spectator delay to catch up, and once that's done, we'll be in the game and we can actually start.
Gonna be a pretty good match. Ice Muffin said we will have a little delay, so just bear with us. But didn't really, well, like probably towards the end, it'll probably like end a little early, but still be able to update you guys play by play what goes on despite the lag.
So just hang tight, everyone. Unfortunate that only Riot Games is allowed to have no spectator delay. It is what it is. We're working with what we got here. Not bad, regardless. There's a delay in between drafts and start. That is likely why. It looks like we're about to. It looks like the wait's pretty much over. We're already heading in. So, you ever finish that? Ever finish that post-draft discussion? Like, about who won draft?
Oh no, yeah, I think we were just talking about how it was just honestly just kind of balanced to see. We were talking about earlier though how SU kind of has like the early game kind of a setup going on. With the Yorick pick up top, we'll see if they'll be able to close the gap with other picks that I think I remember it was a Kaisa pick, right? If that Kaisa scales,
Yes.
go ahead and see what goes on. But honestly, I think this draft was slightly pretty even.
I don't know if it's your. Still experiencing some difficulties.
Not sure if they're playing yet already. But we'll go ahead and see.
Believe they are.
Yeah, that's what I think they are too. Trying to get it back on.
Yes.
Get their screen onto our screen.
I think and is giving us any grace period today. It's already experiencing.
Okay, we'll see. We'll still be able to get through this. Riot Client, recently actually Riot Client has been giving me difficulties. Like I've been trying to open the game. They be putting like so much content, like all these videos of all the new characters or like short videos that they make, and it just makes the client lag. Honestly, just annoying to have to deal with. Like it takes you so long to get into your.
Oh, that's right. All right. So I guess while we're here, talk about our sponsors for a bit, shall we?
Well, we are sponsored by Fantex. Tell us to use this QR code right here. They do have social media pages that they encourage you guys to follow. They have a follow Fantex on Facebook, Instagram, on Threads, Twitter, TikTok, Discord, and Reddit. Once again, that's Fantex, Elevating Design and Performance. So that's our sponsors for today. Really thankful to a lot of the sponsors that help us here at Aztec Gaming. We also have additional sponsors from Cal Coast Credit Union, So just it's honestly quick and easy to set up a account. Just honestly, we're in a day where you just scan QR codes and get stuff done. So that's our sponsor. We're also sponsored by 619 Student Living. If you are a student here at SDSU, 619 does help to give us students the proper housing for their college needs. So we'll hit them up. Pretty sure we'll be having some kind of QR code at the end of the stream or wherever, and we'll just plug them, and then you guys can get follow.
Once again, thanks for our sponsor for allowing us, for making it so we can have these spring games in the first place, and so everyone can come out here and have a lot of fun. Play video games. We are in late April. School's coming to a close for a lot of places. It's just nice to be able to chill and it's like not have to think about school for a bit, at least before finals week rolls around.
100%.
Hopefully today will be a bit of a breather for you guys, as is for us on the casting stream.
Oh yeah, 100%. This game, although it takes a lot of your time, it is pretty fun to just just mess around with your friends. But I mean, they're playing competitively, so we'll go ahead and see what they got in store. I mean, a lot of people they gonna take this game to a whole nother level, especially playing in a collegiate level. But we're excited to see how they play.
I would like to actually amend my statements on some statements I made on Draft Reel. It turns out it is Mordekaiser top Yorick support, and I don't know, I don't think I've seen Yorick support at all before, but
Really?
yes, I don't know how it functions, admittedly.
I've seen Yorick support a couple of times though. We'll see. Oh, and it's starting. All right, let's go check this out.
And we're in the game finally. And turn early game setups coming through, and
Yep, we got a little bit of lag going on. Bear with us, guys.
okay, now we're in.
We're in the game. SDSU kind of playing a little defensive here with a little 5-point setup. Kaisa covering Tribush on the bottom lane. Thresh watching mid lane. We'll go ahead and see. I'm sorry, I read it wrong. That's CSULB who's playing on red team. So red team is CSU Long Beach. Blue team is SDSU Team Red. There we go. So now we got the pop-ups. Now we'll be able to see.
Like,
Not much going on. No little invades. No signs of invading or anything or any little trades. So we'll just go ahead and just wait and see.
like lane assignments wise, Titus will be playing. We're in the mid lane. Mordekaiser in the top. I apologize if I got any of your guys' hopes up, but
I'm excited to see this bot lane duo for SD.
Yeah,
See how that's gonna work.
I think these sorts of unorthodox supports can be a bit more common now, with Riot recently killing lane swaps.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember I tried swapping into a different lane and it told me to leave. It was like a battlefield, go back to your battle zone.
Yes.
Yeah, that thing was pretty funny when I saw that. Once again, not much really going on. Low trades from the Syndra. Big damage by Victor.
Yeah. Both Syndra and Victor are pretty well scaling mages, but Syndra has a bit of a weaker early game because a lot of her abilities rely on hitting Qs and QEs, whereas Victor can poke pretty early on, giving a bit more leeway early game. But no worries on Syndra's part. She should be okay early, regardless. Heading over to the top lane. See a little bit of wave, and yeah, as well are roaming down a bit. I think
Trying to
mark
get
the-
information and mark, mark the blue. Go ahead and see what. Nothing much has been going on. No drastic trades. No sums have really been distinguished yet. So we'll go ahead and see. Decent small trade by Syndra. I always hated playing against Syndra if I ever have to play mid lane. So, go ahead and see. Like Zac is moving top. I think we might see a gank up top lane. This might be a possible gank.
Let's see. So you're right. Zac is currently
And the vision is warded. Can Sherm get the Gnar? He does have flash available, but I don't think he's gonna waste it. He does flash out, and first blood goes to CSU Long Beach to the Zac.
very clean gank coming in from Dirty Rat, and he has before he gets the scuttle or his troubles, and there's a TP coming in from the Victor as his Mordekaiser. No real damage done, but losing first blood is a bit of a blow to.
We'll go ahead and see what else they got. We got the Yorick Port. Let's see if he'll be able to cook here. He is level 4.
Looks like Dylan is going to be able to push this wave out. Yorick just on understandably a bit difficult to deal with early game, especially for Kaisa that needs time to get her move upgrades and get those items ready.
Big stun by Syndra. See if Syndra can get some more hits here onto the Victor, hopefully to push more waves in. Zac is kind of looking around. Zac playing a little bit more aggressive on the ganking department. Zac looks to get the Syndra, misses, but Syndra does land a stun. Pantheon in, flashes in for big kill for Pantheon to even it out for the jungle. They might actually walk away with Zac here. He gets the W in time, and it hits. But will they be able to kill his passive? We'll see. Syndra does take a tower shot. Okay. we do see Syndra take a little minor tower shot, but unfortunately it does go to the Zac, as Zac did land I believe it's a Q onto her.
It turns out to be a 2-for-1 at the end, but I think that 2-for-1 is going to be worth it.
It was pretty worth. I'd say that it was pretty worth.
And we get the first wave of grubs spawning in. I think the bot lane is currently looking to try and recall and rotate up towards these grubs, and the mid lane as well. I believe they're also trying to push these waves out in order to try and contest for this first objective. Understand comes in as
the Thresh starts roaming up top. Thresh I think they walk away with this one. Beautiful roam by Thresh. Long Beach is just all over the place when it comes to these rotations to help their friends out in the lanes. So we'll see. They don't know that he's there. Pantheon walks in, slowed by the Yorick. He does escape though. What a flash! Okay, big fight here. Pantheon goes down. What the heck?
I'm going to be invested from the Mordekaiser. He's going to be able to get that kill onto Zac. That does probably mean no objective. Big stun comes in from the Gnar as the Yorick is almost dead.
Yorick runs away.
And Syndra comes in with a massive stun, allowing the Yorick to get away, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 in the end for both teams. But the jungler dead, I don't think it's they can't contest grubs, so it actually turns out to be a winning fight from SCSU, and we return to normal lane assignments.
What do you think so far as towards who's kind of like winning as of right now? I mean, STSC, they're both pretty even in gold. What do you think so far from what you're seeing?
Well, I think Long Beach's lane assignments, not lane assignments, sorry, rotations have been really good. That both ganks from the Zac were were good ideas, even though if that mid lane one didn't work out. And I really like the Thresh walking in through during the rotation in order to get the Syndra, which almost enabled them to just get the grubs for free. But the Mordekaiser coming in clutch with that fight.
The R from the Pantheon. This should be a kill onto Victor. Victor's stunned.
Thresh isn't here in time to try and cover for that play, and that is going to be another kill going to the side of Pantheon. If scoreboard would get the scoreboard up just to see how many it does. Thank you. And I think that kill did go over to the Pantheon, which is very big. Oh, but looks like Titus is caught again by the Zac, and Syndra will go down once again. And I think this time might actually be the grubs going over to Long Beach.
This is a free objective for Long Beach because they have all that mid control. Victor can just push in the waves while they just get that stuff done. Go ahead and see. It would have been beneficial if Yorick were to.
Yorick gets executed. I don't know how that happened, but a bit of an awkward play, a bit awkward there from SDSU. Looks like Zac is going to be able to get the grubs for free. Bot lane, Pantheon currently is rotating down. Are they going to go for this dive?
They want the tower. I think they want the tower. They want the tower and the dive.
Hook misses from Allfire. They're not going to be able to get anything. It looks like
tower should be going to SDSU. I think that's what they wanted to do with the Yorick pick. But we do see Syndra getting caught once again.
Kill going over to the Victors.
Oh, big shutdown for the Yorick on the Thresh. We'll see if they can cook here to dive this Kaisa, but I think they're gonna want to get the dragon here instead.
Yeah, the dive right now is a bit risky. Victor can just easily rotate down, so they're just going to settle for this dragon instead, which is a pretty big objective. And if we go over to the mid lane, Victor will be able. No, he does get the plate in the end. All right, and
Zac looks like he's gonna be setting up for a little gank once he clears that camp right there on the Mordekaiser. We'll see if he'll be caught by the vision. We'll go ahead and see. It looks like bot tower is about to go down, giving SDSU further points towards the Atacon. Go ahead and see what's Zac's option here. I think he's going for the gank. He goes from the backside. Zac flies, Zac lands, hits the Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser does have ult here. Takes Gnar into the... Oh, I think he kills Gnar here with the shield. And it's enough to kill Gnar. SDSU turns this gank around. We'll go ahead and see. That was a very good play by the jungler. And then we also get some action going down mid lane.
Yeah, very good turnaround from the Pantheon and the Mordekaiser to turn what was originally a pretty losing position, because as you saw, they actually did a really good job CCing the Mordekaiser, and Mega Nari even managed to get the massive wall stun into it. But by this point in time, Mord is able to just pull the Gnar away, and because Pantheon has a very big presence with his ultimate, he's just able to go in and just stat check the Zac. Thing that they can do afterwards, because they already used all their abilities on the board.
Right, so we'll go ahead and see. I mean, both teams are working in terms of who may win this. It's honestly still split decision. Both teams are working pretty hard to. Looks like a fight here.
And Tristana
jumps right in, gets another W reset. The stun lands for. Oh, he just misses it a bit, and a little toxicity with the thumbs up. We'll go see though. Pantheon with the revenge, instantly stunned. Pantheon just walks in. Could be bad for SDSU. Kaisa does have flash. Kaisa flashes out. We'll see. The Maiden will go down here.
Victor is just gonna be able
Oh,
to walk away.
the flash.
From the Yorick, not able to get anything in turn, but that is first tower regardless, going over to SDSU's.
Oh, Tristana wants it. Is it enough to kill though? Oh, just barely. The bomb just didn't do enough damage.
And I think and a very good exhaust coming over from Thresh to kind of make sure that Tristana can't secure that kill. Tristana hurts exhaust hurts especially on Tristana in particular because she relies so much on that attack speed to pump out damage. And because of that, the shutdown is going to go over to the Kaisa. And that is not good news for SDSU.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. That was a pretty good exhaust play right there by the Thresh protecting the Kaisa. But we will see here if I think SDSU wants these grubs. They want to even it out.
Oh, my apologies. Turns out Kaisa has one cost. Very interesting.
Oh,
choice
okay.
Of,
Yeah.
Very interesting choice of summer spells to go there. It's not often you see an ADC that doesn't just take cleanse or barrier.
The hook lands for the Thresh. We'll see. Tristana swoops in. Remember, there's no flash on the Kaisa, so that is a free kill.
Again, playing prior, Zach jumps out, not wanting to take any. There's currently no objective up the scene. So
Yeah, SDSU just quickly just grabs the grub. Zach looking to defend the tower here, not letting it go to waste, but I think he changes his mind after realizing it's Tristana and Yorick. I think I know their place. I think they want to kind of just keep pushing towers and keep pushing lanes until they just get disrupted. Remember with the Yorick, with his ult, you essentially have like a 6th side laner. So that's honestly what I think they're going for here, to just keep pushing in the lanes to ensure that the enemy just, over time, they just get pummeled by minions. That they just have honestly just free objective later on. So we'll see how Long Beach will be able to counter that kind of style.
Still pretty even game, all things considered. SDSU with a little bit more map control due to being able to get 2 tier 1s. It looks like Nar is going to be able to get top tier 1 as it stands. Plus Mord is able to stop him. There's waiting in mid, but Yorick is able to kind of just check that bush successfully, and that is going to be no ambush from the side of Long Beach. And to get mid control as fast as possible because Dragon is going to spawn. And it looks like no, they're not going to be. They're not going to start it.
Hook lands for the Thresh. Thresh goes in. He looks at Thresh with a beautiful hook onto Yorick. Tristana does get caught. Tristana shoots her under the tower. Zach still lives with the little shield.
That is a very big play coming over to the side of Long Beach. So it looks like they're going to be able to get this first tower, but Pantheon is ulting in.
We'll go ahead and see what's going on. Pantheon turns around, trying to escape from all the enemies. We'll go ahead and see.
I think he tried to ult Zac there, but Zac was able to get away in time.
Right, so I think Muffin, you should also call play-by-play too, just to make this extra more entertaining. So I think that this is gonna be a good game, especially towards the late. So as long let's prioritize just everyone just play-by-play calling.
Yeah, it's still pretty easy. Still a very even game, all things considered. Not having Pantheon is going to be pretty bad if they wanted to for later.
Right, especially the fact that the Drake is up right now. I'm sure both teams want to snag that into their inventory. Go ahead and see what the plan is here. I think SDSU, the Kaisa backing, or not Kaisa, the Thresh backing, I think they could actually sneak this quickly. It is control warded, so we'll go ahead and see what the Victor has. They're hitting the trinket. To abandon the objective. This might be a quick scuttle into
Actually, a Rift Herald
Rift
angle
Herald,
for
yep.
SDSU. Although it's worth noting that the bottom side, the SDSU is currently occupying the bottom side of the map, and it looks like they're paying all in on the dragon, while it's leaving Mordekaiser up to match the Snar to ensure that he just doesn't continue split push. Meganar's stun comes in, but nothing else kind of out of that. And it looks like Long Beach is.
Looks like Long Beach is gonna get the Rift Herald. We'll see. I mean, Nar is doing a pretty good job keeping him busy, keeping our Mordekaiser busy. But I think they will trade it for the Drake here, knowing that they just took Rift Herald.
They're swinging at this Rift Herald for free. because we saw earlier that Vision was pretty, because the top side of the map was pretty heavily warded by Long Beach, so I don't think SDSU had the means to contest. Fresh hovering over her is gonna opt to recall instead. Syndra and York basically hovering the bot side, trying to put more pressure on. They're trying to put pressure as much pressure on the bot side of the map as possible. They are ahead all things considered in terms of map control. You can see that bot tier 1 hasn't even gone down yet. Trying to play for that.
Long Beach is dominating in the gold department though, so we'll go ahead and I think we might see a kill right here for Mordekaiser. Mordekaiser puts her in the den and Ronin goes down. Ronin.
Yeah, good death realm over from Sherm in order to secure that kill. Not having that side lane
good
pressure.
stun by Syndra. The flash by the Kaisa.
Good buster, incredible buster shot coming in. As Pantheon,
Pantheon goes in, knowing that Kaisa has no flash, but he's caught by Thresh. Thresh goes down. We'll see what they can do here. They have a -1 man. I think they're just gonna shove mid right here. We got a big beefy wave, as well as the minions, Yorick's minions. So this could be a possible inhibitor right here. Not unless they force it. I mean, Mordekaiser's coming down to catch the bottom wave. This could be a quick hit and run for them. Zac goes in. Tristana jumps away.
Good buffer from Tristana. The way can the rest of the team get out though? However, and Blascombe coming in because
caught.
Syndra
does hit him, and they're all out with the help of the Blascombe.
Yeah, that kill, and remember this all started because we might
see a potential fight. They might continue, but I think SDSU just continue to be back to reset with all that gold that they just achieved.
But okay, so there's a lot to cover here, but it all just started, I think, when Ward got the solo kill onto the Gnar, losing because they lost that side lane pressure. SDSU makes the quick snappy macro decision to just continue pushing up mid. Burning the sums out of Kaisa and getting to kill onto Thresh means that they're able to just get two towers for free. So very just great plays from SDSU overall, and then just increased their map pressure tenfold pretty much.
100%. I totally agree with you. That once they knew that they took out one man, they're just gonna honestly just punish you for just getting caught like that. SDSU is pretty strong when it comes to punishing the other enemy team for like slight mistakes like that. So we'll have to go ahead and see. Zac is at the bottom side right now, so like they're just looking to clear wards, get as much pressure around the map, cover as much of the map as possible.
They're playing a bit apprehensive as
we got the Mordekaiser going in 1v2. We'll go ahead and see if he'll be able to walk away with a kill. He flashes onto the Victor. He does have ultimate. Oh, I'm sorry, he actually doesn't have ultimate. He hits under the tower. He does hit him with the Q, but it's not enough to kill him. We'll see what the rest of the team has to clean up this hit up, but
off to Portia. Shutdown went over the Threshers, which is a bit of a blow to Long Beach, but not having the Mordekaiser gone means I think they could just go ahead and start this Otacon basically for free.
But then again, you do have SDSU pushing mid lane and bottom lane with such a strong wave as well. I believe they even deployed the Yorick ultimate, so they just get a free inhib from here. We'll see if Syndra's able to take the bot tower. She does. I believe they're just going to shove down the rest of this as it is only him. He gets stunned. Victor gets stunned. Victor gets destroyed. Absolutely shut down by Syndra. And all this other team is still taking out the Atacon. Getting all the flowers. SDSU is just destroying Long Beach's base. Mega Gnar goes down. Mega Gnar flashes. And it's enough to kill her with the Tristana E. I don't know. What do you think? You think that was worth getting the Atacon for...
I don't think getting the Otacon was worth it. They just gave over 2 kills and two towers for free. That's and Syndra got the bot tower. That is a 700 gold injection going over to her. And Syndra, by this point of the game, is extremely strong.
I totally agree with you. And just look how quick the gold just jumped for SDSU after taking out those towers as well as the inhibitor. This also allows like super minions to start pushing. Like I said earlier, SDSU does aim to kind of do a little side lane action, kind of forcing just a barrage of minions just attacking the base like non-stop. So that's something that Long Beach has to keep an eye out for, especially with this kind of lineup. Zac goes in, deploys the Rift Herald, trapped by Yorick E. Tristana just firing for free, kiting away. Zac gets pulled away, rides the Rift Herald. Victor does go down. Zac retreats along with the Rift Herald. Fresh blast codes away. And this is a free kill on Kaisa. Kaisa's just so much going on.
He's just caught and killed. Like, they pressing him out. Lantern gonna be coming. Lantern gonna force Gnar out to safety.
We'll see.
But Pantheon.
We'll see if Pantheon can land an E. Pantheon gets hooked. Thresh goes in. This is a big fight right here. Long Beach is kind of turning it around though. Oh my goodness.
And Pantheon get any more? No. And that is a triple kill going over the
But
Zac.
Tristana does follow back in.
Villain's here.
But that does leave Drake open for Mordekaiser. I think Zac will be able to catch him. Zac still does have Smite. So Tristana would have to rotate down. I think Tristana will actually catch Zac in the blue camps. We'll go ahead and see. Zac's choice here. I think he's gonna go for a steal. I mean, he does have Smite. He is warned by his team that he has Smite. This could be an easy kill for SDSU though. Zac is just too tanky for the Tristana. Zac takes no damage. And this is a free Drake. A free Drake for CSU Long Beach.
That's a lot happened there. And I think that initial play from SCSU was good, but they were very overextended trying to get that kill on the Victor. And then you saw that the 3-man knockup coming in from Zac. Oric is going to be able to try and check this out, but I think the Dragon is just completely gone. Looks like, and I think while SDSU still have a gold lead, that is a lot going into Zac. Recall interrupted. Stun coming through. Flash is over.
Flash.
And the stun is going to come through.
But Zac is just too tanky.
He's not escaping.
Man, I mean, you gotta give props to Long Beach. I mean, they were honestly like in such a bad position with all these minions pushing, and they just turned
100%.
it just because of SDSU overextending to kind of secure more kills in the bank. But we'll go ahead and see what else is gonna happen next. I mean, that was honestly a great turnaround for Cal State Long Beach. We do have Zac that's 8-3.
The Randuin as well. That is a big blow for the Tristana, who has IE Yuntals.
100%. He's gonna be pretty much unkillable, especially with the use of his passive. Like he's just honestly gonna jump in and peel his team, and then from there he's just gonna put in work like that.
Big spikes are coming in from the side of Long Beach. You can see Victor has the arm guard prepared. Zac, once again, like I said, has the Randuin to do. And it looks like Sherman gonna go in. Death Realm's the Nard is tries to get out to safety. This Nard takes a bunch. No, sorry, the Victor pops
but it's not enough to kill. We'll see it. Tristana, we're moving in. The Zac is just a big problem for San Diego State. Dirty Rat is putting in work, taking all this damage from SDSU and just peeling his team so that they can easily rotate. He's gonna be pretty hard to kill, especially during this late of the game. But I think SDSU is gonna want to kind of look to push.
You know they can't contest Baron with their top laner and support down, so they are like you said are just going to try and push out these waves to make sure they're not in favorable positions, because it is the Baron going to go down for and I think they have an inkling of this.
They do see Zac though. They notice that Zac flashes, but Zac might be caught here. I think this might be the fall of Zac right here. This would be a big shutdown if it goes to Tristana. And it does go to Tristana. Big shutdown by Tristana, but the other team is back due to the Baron recall.
Buck's gonna miss from the Thresh. Gnar trying to stack Narbart. He's going in. And
Gnar with the kill on Syndra. This is pretty big for for Long Beach.
Sun gonna come in. Like the Sun's gonna come in.
But I think Dylan is still out kiting the enemy just in time before nearly dying over there. We do see Mordekaiser rolling in.
Is the Victor dead? The Victor
SDSU might just turn this around. SDSU is turning this around, eliminating the Baron buff from Cal State Long Beach. Kaisa, wanting to preserve the Baron buff, just gets out of there. Now she's the only one with the Baron buff. This was a big turnaround for SDSU, getting rid of the enemies. Essentially, their kind of like their chance of kind of getting some towers. I mean, look at bot tower still hasn't been taken out yet, so
A lot of standing gold still from Long Beach, which is why the end of that Baron was so crucial. But then they just forced their hand onto this Pantheon, and they no longer have any real pushing power left.
I would say, in my opinion, that was a pretty big mistake to just continue to fight. If I was there, I would have just left and just continued to hold on to the Baron buff so to see what I can work around later. We'll go ahead and see what happens next. I mean, we don't even have a Elder Drag yet, so we're just gonna be collecting Drakes until we get that. So go ahead and see.
With the threat of Baron gone and no one having Soul Point yet, the game's going to be slowing down for a little bit more as both teams are just going to try and collect more respective item spikes. I think Tristana was sitting on a Zeal the last time we and that is going to be converted into a Navori Flicker Blades. Very big for Tristana. As wait a second,
Pantheon does look to go in. This might be a fight. I think SDSU wants to end it here. Maybe catch the Kaisa, as she's the only one.
Kaisa did flash preemptively as a way to try and get out to safety. She does have no flash, still has the exhaust up if someone wants to dive onto her, but not having that Bruce Summoner spell is really crucial.
Zac does go in, he tries to catch the Yorick. Yorick flashes away. Mega Gnar rolling in.
Gnar on the flank. Nothing gonna be coming out. Still gonna be coming out.
Syndra trying to draw the attention to the enemy towards her to kind of give more leeway for the mid lane to keep pushing, but I think we might be able to see a little jungle fight here. He is seen on the ward though, but he does continue to hold. Thresh continues to hold, but this should be this is a free dragon for San Diego State.
Yeah, there's no vision. There's just no vision on the bot side for Long Beach, and that just means they're not going to be able to contest it at all. And now SDSU, they're on Soul Point, and Chemtech, well, not as good as it is for Long Beach. Hang on a second, we might be in a fight here. Mordekaiser's popped the Death Realm onto the Zac.
Mordekaiser trying his best to distract and hold on for his team until she comes. This could be a big stun by Syndra.
Kaiser does go down, but the Zac does as well. Flash forward coming in from the Syndra.
They kill the Kaisa. Kaisa goes down. Tristana rolls in. The W. This is a big kill for Tristana. Tristana once again securing all these crucial kills.
I don't know if that's it, but that does mean that they can just push.
They can just push top. They have a pretty strong wave up top, and they also gonna start moving mid lane as well.
Victor still here is able to clear the wave. Stun comes in.
Stun comes in. Double stunned by the Yorick, caging Thresh.
Hook.
Oh, big hook by Thresh though. And Yorick goes down by that hook. What a hook by Thresh.
I don't know if that matters though, because Tristana's still alive. She can get this tower pretty much for free. Does she want to continue more? Syndra is recalling, but I don't think Thresh can match. Pantheon's also on the bot side. This is a continuous weak point over for Long Beach. That is going to be the inhibitor gone, and Dylan's just going to be able to leave. Pretty unscathed, honestly.
Big massive plays by San Diego State. Just turning around the Baron fights. Literally removing the Baron from the enemy team and just removing, like you said, their overall push power. Well, they're honestly their only push power. I mean, SDSU does have a pretty strong. They both kind of have a balanced like defense as well as also side lane potential, because they're able to easily catch anyone side laning, and then at the same time punish the Long Beach for overextending by just shoving in waves into their base. So we'll go ahead and see. Well, if Long Beach is able to figure that out and kind of counter this.
Long Beach licking their wounds a bit, trying to get a bunch of vision onto this Baron. I don't think they want to let that opportunity slip by them again. And the scoreboard, it's 23-23, but SDSU has a pretty hefty gold lead, all things considered. That doesn't mean Long Beach is completely out of the game yet. They have a pretty strong Kaisa 3 items. They have a 4-item Zac. They do have a 3-item Gnar who still is Mega Gnar and who still can turn into Mega Gnar and completely change the tide of a team fight. Zanya's is completed for Victor. This is still a really strong comp, all things considered, despite the gold disadvantage.
100%, I agree with you. We'll see. We'll see what the decision goes as this Nash is a Baron Nasher is about. See what the decision stands for SDSU. I think they're gonna take it. I mean, they do have the Yorick ult to pop it. help him out with the damage.
Pings are coming down from SDSU. Zach's
But
gonna
Zach is looking. Zach might actually jump in, but Zach changes his mind. Big hook misses by Thresh, but the Baron is at half HP.
They're gonna opt to reset the Baron instead. I don't know if they have the confidence to take a fight. Hold on a second.
Mordekaiser trying to rid Zach off of the Baron. I think they're gonna wanna just take it at this point.
This Liandry's buy is really big from Mordekaiser as it just shreds
Syndra does teleport to the top lane. We'll go ahead and see that we might see a crazy steal if Zach decides to just go in. And no, it doesn't. The team SDSU is just too powerful with the help of the Yorick's minions.
Yeah, that Baron is just completely gone because it's a 4-item Tristana and the Yorick. They don't really have a chance. They don't really have a chance to just contest. I don't think. Even though the Zach could have gone in, I don't blame him for not wanting to go in. That steal. And now SDSU, they're the ones the Baron buff now. And with all these and with how vulnerable these side lanes look, they could honestly just look to continue cracking their base open.
At this point, I think it's best for Long Beach to just turtle this one out and just kind of stretch the timer a little bit, wait for the enemy. But this is going to be a 3-on-3 fight. Hook, if Thresh lands a hook, 4v3 actually, but they don't see them.
They're in Fog of War.
Thresh Yorick gets caught. Yorick Signify falls. Big stun by Syndra. This damage is insane.
Dylan is going to pop the barrier.
Big kill! This might be the end. This actually might be the end for Long Beach.
The shutdown's going to come in from the Zac.
Big kill on the TP. Huge kill on from SDSU to the Mordekaiser. This might be the end actually. We have a pretty high death timer, so we'll go ahead and see. I think this might be the end. You do have a big lane pushing up top. I mean, this is GG's.
Yeah, Kai'Sa's the only one alive. I don't think she can clear this wave in time, and Mord, Syndra, and Pantheon are just way too strong. Then gonna try and get
Kai'Sa
it. Just
falls.
gets deleted instantly. And
What did you think about this match, honestly?
I think it was pretty good back and forth, but I think it's just scaled really, really well. That is going to be game one, going over to SDSU.
I agree with you. That was quite an interesting game. You know, like I said, especially with that kind of matchup that they're running, I've seen it happen before where they just constantly shove waves onto the enemy team, just destroying their base and picking them off like one by one, each tower one by one. So that's honestly like a strategy that SDSU likes to run. But Long Beach did pretty good. I mean, they did hold their ground. They got a few towers. They got some objectives here and there. But it just wasn't enough to kind of stop SDSU's side laning power.
Yeah, I think by the point it was just a side lanes just easily taking towers, and you saw that by the end.
Oh yeah,
Syndra hit 1 QE and Kai'Sa's health bar just disintegrated.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I mean, Tristana is a pretty good champion, especially the use of her passive and her E and her attack speed, as well as her being a pretty mobile ADC. I do give props to Kai'Sa for having the idea to kind of carry exhaust on her to kind of counter that. But just once again, like this, the SDSU side laning potential is just too much like for Long Beach to handle.
All right, now that game one's over, we're gonna be heading over to a short break. We'll see you for game 2 in just a bit. I can't. We talked over each other a bit. Especially like the big team
Oh,
fights.
yeah, what against the team fights?
Yeah, honestly, I think I want to do some of the team fights next
You
game.
got it, bro. You got that. You got the team fights.
3 minutes.
Got it. Yeah. You do the play by call. I'll let you. You got that shit.
All right.
Wait for a man who hasn't watched League in 10 years.
Hey, not honestly. I think something you should do is instead of just like panicking like this, you should, and if there's like if you're like on the top side of the map, for example, and you need to head to the bottom like as quickly as possible, just click there. Yeah, just click there.
I wasn't sure
It's
how-
not as jarring as you might think it's. I understand why you didn't do it. Like, it's not as jarring as you think it is. Honestly. Yeah, good job with like getting all the important stuff.
Yeah,
the important
100%.
fights.
Yeah. Fight.
Yeah.
Not actually matched up for people.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I didn't know how to follow a player.
Oh.
I had like 2 of the 10 players.
You can hide specific. You can hide specific spectator elements, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to. Some of them. Was there one?
Eh, I mean, it's not really that. Just like you know, how, like in the controls, you can like it just says like you can select the player you want to. I think you just hide that, and I think you're golden.
Oh, I think
Um, I'll make sure. I'll like tell you if like I need to see not scoreboard, like player scoreboard or anything.
Oh
like
yeah, I
that.
can click on it.
a little bit.
I yeah, just give me the
Give me the same one.
same one. Cool.
I'll let you know before.
Alright, alright.
Where did you get here? It wasn't able to get. Real quick.
Alright.
Alright.
Good.
Good. I think we're.
I think we're fine. We see the,
players.
We see
Yeah.
the player cams. Yeah, now we see.
Yeah, now we see the. We'll be right back.
We still see the same thing. It's still the same.
What do you want from me?
Not that ratchet. A little ratchet. Why is it so small? That's what check this. Oh.
Can't fucking see anything now.
Okay.
Go back to the way
No. Make two of them. You only need to see the right column and the one that covers the left.
Oh,
Covers the right column. And yeah, and then you can look at the first thing. What do you think looks good?
That's what I'm saying. Go back to the old way.
No, do the same thing. Oh, yeah.
Hello.
He's here.
What's
no
up?
Way. What's
going?
up?
Hey y'all.
How
is it then?
It's been fun.
Good.
Need a water?
All good.
Oh, we're good.
I'm alright for now.
Yeah.
It's just I fix what's not broken.
See?
fair, every time. What's up? Yeah, in an hour and a half.
Well, now you got Dan.
Why? It'll be good.
You hop this? You just want to hop in?
For the most part.
Yeah.
Do-
We just do like
Do you
6
want me
hours.
to-
Yeah.
do you-
I do not have 6 hours.
6 hours starting at 3.
Oh, okay, perfect. I'll probably head out around. It all depends. I go for sure. Like, are you just... If you wanna break, let me know.
Okay.
Directed camera?
No, I'm doing it on manual.
Yeah. So, okay.
If you want to spectate league.
I'm worried that I will miss every team fight.
Okay, I at least have been catching the team fights, but that's about all.
Yeah. Is it? Have they already played a game yet?
Yeah, it's 1-0. So we have the scoreboard in the middle there?
I said.
Oh, okay.
You want to put the scoreboard? Go
I
right
don't know how
ahead.
hard it is. I don't know how hard it is. Traffic man.
This
do
guy
traffic.
complains about shit. Give
That's
me an
what I'm
ugly.
saying, just fucking put the fucking battle
Where you
bar at the
put it?
bottom.
There, give me an
It's
ugly
fine.
idea.
At least I'm an alumni at this point.
Very nice.
Definitely been
Yes. No, I do remember you now.
helped out a little bit. And I'm like, feel like I should remember who you are, but I don't recall.
Like just random Discord
yeah,
game in your
and
phone.
then I was like, when I thought about it, I looked and I was like, oh, we met at UCSD's like thing, and I was like, that makes sense. Literally.
Elementary Japanese in my senior year.
I was really never gonna show.
Or he has a chance.
I believe it.
You're wrong. You're just. This shit's ass.
No, bro.
Put him
Okay.
at the top. I'm punching you. Did barely better than what I did. Pissing.
Then I can
I'm
actually have my
going
mouse
to
off the
don't
screen
stop
now.
doing
It's amazing.
So funny when I watch.
Dude,
in the
I'm
middle of
like-
the screen.
Did you see me fucking like crossing
Yeah,
hands,
dude.
like trying to do? Because I'm trying to hold hotkeys and the camera and zoom at the same time. and I
Keep
do
mine
not
to the
have
spectator client. Okay.
Really funny though, and that's like.
It's like, dude, we're missing every fight. Where are we looking?
Yeah, you're not wrong about that. I'm. Yeah, as a Valorant player, I'm like constantly like just like kills published in the feed. I'm like, bro, I wanted to see that. Like,
It's like
Radio
jungler clearing blue. And there's like a 4v4 top lane.
No.
I was able to predict a couple of ganks and get there a bit ahead of him, but. Oh, this game.
I should
Dude,
replays.
what the? There's so many things on the map now.
I know.
Like, why are there like so many objectives?
I don't know.
At grubs, then you gotta track your
The fuck is Autocon?
Exactly.
Dude, they're like Baron, like blue and red kept changing colors. The Baron, did Baron Pit shift walls?
Yes,
at some
Baron
point?
Pit changed walls now.
Okay.
Like sometimes,
Wow,
like
look
if
at
it
that.
once Baron spawns for the first
No,
time, it
you-
has a
no, you
chance
can
to
shut
like
the fuck up, bro.
change terrain.
Okay.
It's very weird.
Are there still like
My chair.
when
right
the
outside the door.
dragon, a themed dragon
Oh, the dragons aren't randomized anymore.
aren't randomized?
No, the first two are randomized, and then and then the third one becomes like you have to get 4 dragons in total for this thing called Soul.
I do know Soul.
Yeah, Soul, and then that's that, and then Elder. So I think it's still pretty standard. But I remember in the past, like Dragon Souls didn't.
For them adding,
That looks
I
like
think it was the
someone
alcoves
produced it.
at top and bottom.
Oh,
I remember they dropped alcoves.
oh, the
Uh,
alcove
That's
gaming.
trying to
Yeah.
sell someone.
Yeah, there's always been two.
That's true. I mean, this one. Their last.
Oh.
If I can.
What's the status? Well, what the fuck? They already did bans?
Did you miss it all?
They said it was the same. I did it ready. No, no. Didn't
There, we
send
might
me
need
the
to-
link. I requested it.
There
I
you
sent
go.
them a message.
Talk to.
The one standing up.
Yeah,
What do you want me to-
ask him. We didn't get the link. We didn't get the draft link.
Alright,
well,
well,
you may be going into it with everything.
you guys see the champs that have been selected already?
No, they're only showing the.
It's still on the We'll Be Right Back.
Yeah, the We'll Be Right Back live feed.
Okay.
We're waiting for spectators.
Yeah, I mean it's not.
What is this?
Next game, what's it?
That looks correct. Okay, let's get them on stream while we're full screen.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yup. Headphones. Oh. You got the team fight. You got
Ready,
that, bro.
guys?
100%. You got it, bro.
Here we go.
Ready?
Ready. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're about to hop into game number 2. Apologies for the bit of the delay. The break was a bit longer than expected. It looks like we're going to be able to draft. Both teams are done. So as you can see, because this is fearless, the bottom 10, the 10 champions on the bottom row, no longer able to be used. The rest of the series. Let's see what these teams have cooked up next. So it looks like
Guess we're starting right away.
yeah, I suppose.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, that's
this is
cool,
a nice
actually.
one.
All right, let's see. All right, so Long Beach has opted to go for the blue side as they were the losing team of last game. So it looks like we're going to be seeing Psy on top, Volley jungle, Quay mid, Corky ADC, and Poppy support. At CSU, we have what I assume is Kennen top, Vi jungle, Olaf mid, Ezreal, and then Ezreal Karma bot lane. And so this is a bit interesting. Actually. Looks like SDSU have opted for a bit of poke
Yeah,
a
poke
combination
heavy.
of a poke lockdown with the Vi Kennen, but also the poke with the Israel Karma, and then Olaf. I guess. Olaf would Olaf count as a also like a backline disruption champion?
I'd say so. I mean, he's gets a lot of damage up.
Oh, it looks
I
like
think they'll have a little screen.
I think we're about to hop
Are
in
actually,
actually.
yep.
So apologies for not being able to talk about Cal State Long Beach's draft, but looks like their comp is very frontline heavy this time with the Ion and the Volley Bear, and we're going to be able to hop in. We're going to hop in for the second game.
Right, starting off, we do see a Scion pick for the top lane. I think what they're gonna do is kind of gonna play maybe possibly a. No, is House's style still
Well-
is that still viable in this patch?
Well, only Baus is able to do it, honestly. If Sion is picked in the major regions, he will opt instead for the grass. He will instead opt for the grass build and just kind of play to push, play to weak side, play to absorb pressure, which is how side is normally supposed to be played. But unfortunately, none of us are Baus.
They're pinging the Karma. Karma does land an RQ on.
I was able to get a little bit of poke off on the Poppy bone plating early. Hey, let's keep stock of summoner spells. The Olaf is actually opting for the ghost, and the Poppy this time is also going to go for the exhaust, probably to help deal with the Vi and the Olaf, and the Kennen as well. Yes, exhaust is vital on Kennen.
Like you said, I think this is gonna be quite the pokey kind of matchup for SDSU.
Yeah, we already got a top skirmish. And this cannon is just able to poke with a little. We got the push going. Land you onto the side. Hot lane, same deal. Because Corky and Poppy are relatively short range to get their full damage, Bill and Karma are perfectly good to sit back and prone. Olaf way, I don't really know how to go a little bit more.
Yeah, again, I think we'll go ahead and see what's going on maybe in the bot lane. I think it's just constant just poking back and forth. I think we're just gonna see kind of like what we saw earlier. We're just setting up for ganks. I mean, they do have a volley bear, but it does look like pretty good little mini fight happening in the bot lane.
Peddling guns. Although Ezreal is pretty strong, level 1 and 2 is going to be able to win that trade. Corky, no slouch from the early game himself, but Ezreal win a lot of these.
Gold is even for both teams. SDSU just shied down by a couple hundred.
And also just he isn't really able to do much. We're gonna come out from the Karma, and as more poke comes down, and wow, this bot lane matchup looks really bad for the side of Long Beach.
I do agree. I mean, the Ezreal combo plus the Karma is just a straight up poke festival. I mean, we'll see. I mean, Corky ADC is pretty strong, especially with his scaling. But we'll see. We'll see how he'll be able to some kind of counter to this pokey lane.
Zion's gonna opt to take a reset as the wave crashed. And one thing I forgot to go over is that Shermed and my carry have actually opted to switch lanes, switch roles for this game, switching mid and top respectively. That's probably why Olaf is being played in the mid lane.
Oh, I did notice that just right now.
But having Kevin not will continue to come down from the side of SDSU. They are going to be able to hit level. And whiff to the mid lane. See that. Way doesn't.
Yeah, he's just outranged single time. So I think he's gonna go around and roam and help around later into the game.
Noticing that the scuttle crab. Toward the river. And then trying his best to crash the wave. Does manage to do so, and Poe continues to land for. Fine, gets the stun as well, and again, this is just a pretty good matchup for Sion. All rad out constantly.
100%, and just wait until gets his ultimate, which should be coming up soon. Be a big problem for Sion. Looks like they want to go for a gank.
The guy hits level, Titus hits level 6, able to ult out, but it's not going to be enough. I think he's just possibly dead here. That is First Blood, going to go over to the Volibear. Karma rotating up top, but it's going to be a too little too late. But it is also in. It's a slow, but he's going to be able to run out. Because he's Volibear.
I mean, that was a pretty big kill by Long Beach to go snag that cannon. We'll see if they're gonna take this opportunity, SDSU, to maybe grab some grubs.
And does not opt to recall and instead try and hover the grubs there. King's coming down over to the sun. Down over from Long Beach. I think they're gonna try and get this one over instead. Test for it because Volibear did instead Volley going to move to the outside of them. And so if we can pan over to the bot lane, we can actually see that Poppy tried to engage over onto Ezreal. And
Ezreal's getting hammered.
Big damage coming in from Corki. The exhaust also comes through. On the side of mid lane, the Karma able to get the snare. Wave flashes
Big
over,
stun.
able to get. Olaf pops the ult. He can't be CC'd, and that's bad news for a mage, and that is going to be a kill over to the side of Olaf. But wait a second, the Ezreal's in trouble. It gets stunned. Volibear gets the stun, Corki gets the kill, and that is a 1-for-1 on both teams.
Honestly, we're just seeing kills back to back on the board right here. I mean, looks like now they're gonna Long Beach wants to even it out, but STSU fires back by protecting the Drake.
Q misses, but Vi takes no trouble. Just says, it's fine, I'm just ult the Poppy instead. Flash just forward. Can't you get the auto? The slow comes through, and the skill shot comes down. The Karma gets the kill instead, and that is pretty bad news for Long Beach. They got a couple kills, yes, but that's gonna be both neutral objectives over to the side of SDSU.
I mean, just like you said, I mean, SDSU is just moving in and taking these opportunities just to like take fights. Once they quickly end a fight, they're just gonna go straight to the objective, and there you go, just snagging 2 objectives right off the bat.
Oh, Sion seems to have ulted, as does Kennen. And Sion killed this cannon. The stun comes through. Hope continues to land. The minion wave is a nice flash over from the side of Kennen. That is going to be a solo kill over to
That
Mighty
is something
Carry.
straight out of the Awaken music video.
And it gives him the thumbs up as well. But wait a second, Poppy, can she get the wall stun? She does, but and that is going to be killed. That is also going to be once again another 1-for-1. These teams really just like trading kills across the board. I think but Kennen might be in a bit of trouble. Can he get the execute? He can!
Yes!
Oh my god, that is so unfortunate for Long Beach. And he's just gonna have to get this Gromp Spin as a consolation prize. Massive plays from Mighty can't carry, gets the solo kill, gets the plates, even denies the kill. Just great plays all around.
like you said, like it's honestly just kind of unfortunate what's just happening with Long Beach's attack. I mean, last game it looks like possibly right now they may have like a little bit of a lowered morale after losing that game last time, but hopefully they're able to pick up the steam and just continue to stay in the fight. I mean, this is a after all the series. So we'll go ahead and see if they're gonna continue to just keep.
Scion playing Fog of War, not seen by that control ward. Olaf manages to dodge the slow, but you can't stop that one. There's 3 on the chase. The storm doesn't crash, but the root does, and we're gonna take some poke from Hui, but otherwise the Olaf is largely unscathed. And it looks like they're just gonna get, like, things are gonna slow down once again. Kennen is just really pushing waves. Scoreboard for a second or two. Like to see. Yeah, that is a 30 CS difference. Oh no. That is pretty bad. That's pretty bad. This Kennen is getting pretty strong, pretty fast. The Scion can't really deal with Kennen's roam to try and is on the map.
You know, honestly, need some help if Scion wants to kind of do some work around here. He's gonna need some little ganks to help him out.
Pings are coming down. Poppy gets the wall stun. And Vi is grounded as well, and that's gonna be a kill over to, well, it's not a kill over the Scion. That's a pretty happy engage over from Long Beach. And well, it's not much. I don't know if there's much they can do with that. There's no objective. I say that in the grub spawn. That's on me. But that is gonna be free grubs over to this for Long Beach. And I don't think, and without a jungler, SDSU can't really contest.
Gonna have to sacrifice these grubs in exchange for the drag that they took earlier, but we'll go ahead and see what Long Beach can do with these grubs. I mean, these are grubs, so these do help kind of knock out towers and get plating. So this could be a big help, especially for the Scion.
Yeah, exactly. Scion benefits greatly from having 3 grubs. It's not 6 grubs, but they are grubs nonetheless. So bot lane, Karma tries to get the root, doesn't manage to. So Poppy was also just trying. It's like Hope is just continuing to land from this SDSU bot lane. The stick shot gonna go a bit wide, but that's okay. Poppy's chunked all the way down to half. Mid lane.
Let's see what's going on in the top lane. Looks like Kennen's.
Is Scion trying to proxy here? I don't understand. It seems like. Oh no, Kennen's the one. Wait, is Kennen the one proxy? I can't tell anymore, but ult's gonna come through.
It's I think Scion is the one proxy farming here.
Oh, can you get the kill? He can. That is a solo kill. Solo kill for the Scion. Olaf manages to escape with his life, and I don't think Vi is going to be able to. I think she's going to try and engage onto the wave, but that's just not going to happen, and that is a kill for the volley, for Dirty Rat.
Long Beach is leading in 3 kills, as well as with the proxy farm for Scion and snagging all those tower plating. But let's see who will be able to get the tower first. I think Scion will be able to get the tower first for this.
Saving grace of this is that bot lane is just going to continue to push, so this Ezreal is going to be very strong when mid game rolls around. Which is also when Vi and Olaf are going to start coming online.
Sion's sitting on a ward.
Oh.
We'll see if. I think he's gonna get the tower first, not unless SDSU is able to disrupt him from taking the tower. He does get.
Save.
Tower does fall for.
Demolish comes through.
Demolish. Is he able to hit it? He does hit it with the passive. First tower goes to Long Beach. But it looks like a fight is gonna happen in the bot lane. Looks like Poppy swooping in, gets karma.
Holds the karma, flashes out. The shield and the move speed are gonna try and get them out to safety, and the volley bear arrives too late. There's nothing that they can do about that play. So that was a good play from SDSU. There's not really much they can do, they denied the response pretty importantly. And I don't know if they're going to be able to contest this dragon, but that shouldn't really matter. I think they got. Did they get first turret? I didn't actually see.
Oh yeah, I think Long Beach got the first turret. I'm not quite sure if I remember, but Long Beach is in a pretty strong position here compared to the last 15 minutes of their first game.
Head-ins once again chunked, but Vi is here to help this time. The ult comes through. Vi charges Q, hits to the face, manages to stun the Scion Q, and just on the sliver of his health, Vi just doesn't. Kennen is able to live and Vi gets the kill.
And is walking near a volley bear. I don't know if that area is warded. If he's able to catch him.
like Kennen opting not to reset it and instead crash this and push up this wave. With the help with Karma in the mid lane to kind of help Olaf, the mid lane bearable for him. It looks like things are once again going to back down.
We'll go ahead and see what's going on in the mid lane. I think we're gonna see like a quick little skirmish. I mean, ADC is mid lane. We'll see if you'll get a little bit of poke, but Hui does land a stun, and nothing much is happening. Then we do see a lane swap though. I mean, Sion is now pushing lane, hoping to maybe secure SDSU's bottom turret.
We need more gold onto the Scion, I think. He's a pretty... I don't know if the CS difference is still as bad as before. If we could get the scoreboard online, the heal going to be invested from the Karma to try and get them out of there.
You see a fight going on.
Poppy is going to get rooted. Mystic shots are going to fly through from Ezreal, but that exhaust is going to mitigate a lot of the damage. Shot Barrage is going to go. Shot Barrage is going to go wide, as is with Haste spells. Good skirmish on this. Good skirmish going to come down from the side of SDSU, but no kills are going to be given to either team.
I think Sion really wants his bot turret. I mean, he's gonna use everything in his power to just stay there and try to get it out of the way for his team. I think they're doing what they did to they're doing what SDSU did to them, just by getting down these towers and just honestly just like pushing them in.
It looks like the Kennen is getting dived right now, but the Volibear ult is used to secure the tower. Flash coming in, Flash coming out from Kennen, he gets the stun. Sion ult is also invested, but he's just so slowed, he's just dead completely. But that doesn't really mean that much because SDSU are going to be able to secure this Rift Herald, and they get permanent mid push as well against this Corki, who is a kill up against the Ezreal, but is also not too far ahead. I think if we check, yeah, they have actually I think Ezreal's ahead. He has full boots and full item, whereas Corki only has full item.
Yeah, I mean, Sion is putting in work just side laning. I think they kind of caught on to the idea that side laning it might be the way to beat them with their own medicine. Who may? But we'll see what SDSU has to counter this. Like they have, I mean, they are pretty good at side laning, so they probably know a little bit about kind of countering it and stuff. But what do you think about with the current SDSU lineup with their matchup? With the champions that they pick, you think that they would even be able to match like this kind of side lane pressure?
Well, you can see that. Oh, actually, I might have to hold that for a bit as the Olaf is going to get CC'd. Goes CC, immune flashes forward, but the Archangels from Wayne might be able to save him, and just barely is going to be able to live. Vi has once again arrived. TP coming in from the Kennen to try and disrupt the fight.
Volibear is back though.
Yeah, Volibear misses the stun, but the R coming out from the Kennen. Vi is going to ult as a last minute desperation. The shield isn't enough. Now there's four from Long Beach on top side, and that's going to be 3 kills going over to Long Beach. That's really bad for SDSU now.
SDSU just kind of falling apart, getting picked off by their fast-moving rotations from Long Beach.
They're not done yet. Two-man ulti from Poppy. It looks like this Karma's good as dead. Oh, that's a massive shield, but the ultimate is just going to make it so that the turret can't even get involved. Does he have Arcane Shift? He does.
But Dylan is kiting.
Inspired. Oh. Does it get the kill? No, just barely. And that is so tragic. That's effectively, that's an unofficial ace because all five players just died in a certain time. Olaf's going to be able to catch this wave, but he's not going to be able to save this turret from going down. And he's so incredibly slow. This is the problem with Olaf, even if you have ulti. Olaf ulti's counter is incessant slows. The slows don't count as part CC, so he just still gets affected by them. And because of that, he's very vulnerable to kiting, and that's exactly what Long Beach are taking advantage of in order to mitigate him.
And once again, the Scion just taking stuff away from SDSU. You just saw him taking out the camp over there and just clearing everything out. Just making sure that SDSU just doesn't catch up in the gold. And as you can see, they're down by almost 4,000 gold. 3,000, 4,000 gold as a whole entire team. However, they do have a Drake. And this kind of looks like a Drake position that... Oh, actually, Long Beach wants to take.
Long Beach are just going to start this dragon up immediately. The Storm gonna scope out the Vi and the Karma. Vi just goes in, but the Scion is
Scion
ulting out. This
goes
is a
in.
very
This is a
awkward
big
position
fight.
from SDSU. Whereas they don't really have the damage. They go 1 for 2. No jungler for Long Beach, but that doesn't really matter. They're just able to get this dragon. And no time wasted. Sion's able to TP to the top lane. He wants to get another tower. And I don't think this Olaf is strong enough to actually deal with him. He's so tanky by this point.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and see. I think Sion wins. Yeah, Sion 100% wins this fight up here. Not unless Olaf just kind of dodges. It is too late.
Sion's now on a killing spree. CSU trying to hold on to this mid-tier 1 for dear life, because if that mid-tier 1 is gone, then that means they just lose basically full control of the map.
Long Beach doing a great job controlling the map and picking off and ganking, as well as rotating to fights immediately. Something that SDSU hasn't been really doing this game.
Yeah, their fights just look a bit pointed in comparison to Long Beach's. They have good team fighting tools. They have the Vial, they have Karma Shields, they have Cannon Ult, but they're not really using them in like a coordinated way. So a lot of these team fights are just all very Long Beach favored.
Sion did catch up despite being down almost 30 gold against the Cannon with the help of a proxy farm. We'll see what Sion has in store for us. I mean, he is 5-3 with a 200 gold bounty. Same thing with the Hui.
It's not completely over for us. I don't think, but it does look really rough. There's a lot
It's
of these
gonna be tough, 100%.
Yeah, these champions are pretty mid-game oriented champions. Vi is mostly just used for Olaf falls off, and considering he's not ahead, this is in a pretty weak position. As for Long Beach, Corky's just going to continue to get stronger. He hasn't even hit second item yet.
Go ahead and see. I mean, they don't have the bush. We'll see.
Oh,
Oh,
this Karma's
big
caught.
ult.
This Karma's just completely dead. That is a lot of burst damage. Ezreal able to arcane shift out in time, but that is a very dead Karma.
I just got instantly blown up by that little bush play. But we do see a little fight happening on with the Sion and the Olaf by the red. I think this is going to be an Atacon play for Long Beach, which is honestly the great choice
Yeah,
here.
pings are coming down. They're just gonna get this Otacon basically for free. And there's not really that much that SCSU can do. I think they're just gonna have to give this. That Cannon is moving. They're pinging the bot. They're pinging the bot tier too. I think they're just gonna try and put pressure on other points of the map as an exchange. But how that's actually effective is left to be seen.
Go ahead and see what we got. We got a Rift Herald going down in the bot lane. I don't recall actually that being taken on the map, if I'm being honest. But that does
But the
pretty.
Hui is able to TP and match. That's so much damage from this Hui.
Yeah, what? That's actually
I
crazy.
think that, and he's able to hex. Is Landry's gonna kill? No, it isn't. Kennen is able to escape, but he doesn't even get the tower. That isn't very good from SCSU.
It's unfortunate he wasn't able to snag a quick turret there, but I mean, as long as he just didn't die and give the kill to the already powerful Hui, I guess that's good enough. We got a fight going
Olaf
on
is
mid
gonna
lane.
pop the Ghost Stridebreaker and the ulti. Try and get the kill. Actually, by this point, he's very strong. That is a shutdown going over to the Olaf. He just completely stat checked him. Wow. And I think this is, and if I could see Olaf's items, does have Stridebreaker Sterax. He's not as weak as I initially painted, but that Corky poke hurts. Shield's gonna be able to protect him for a bit. I think this mid tier is gonna go down. Kennen is getting flanked here. Shot Barrage gonna come out, but that is a big shutdown coming from Mystic shots just raining left and right. No one is hitting this Ezreal. He's just gonna arcade shit forwards actually, and he's gonna. Oh, does he get this way? The shield! No. Poppy's gonna push away. This is what you can. And no, just barely. Some missed skill shots just to side that skirmish. But it looks like, it's not all lost. It's a 2-for-2. Sion TP is in the middle of the lane. I don't know about this one, bro.
We'll see. I mean, he might be able to escape out. Olaf maybe get a kill.
Stridebreaker. Go CC him. That shield is so massive and it does no damage to this Olaf. He's just gonna keep free hitting.
He gets an additional shoot from the Karma. They're targeting the Karma now. Karma goes down to the Hui.
But it doesn't really matter. So this Olaf is now completely online. He got 2 kills. Yes, will he die here? Maybe. Yeah. No. Wait. Oh! Great snipe from Lost in Echoes on that. Completely, basically saved that there. Pings are now going to come down. I think they're all looking to contest this dragon next.
What a play by Long Beach, just honestly capitalizing on any small mistakes that SDSU is taking. But I thought that was a pretty solid fight.
Pretty messy fight.
But
Hopefully it's still bad for SDSU. It's still a 4K deficit. But I think with how messy that team fight turned out, they can look to try and reset and get themselves back into the game. They have an angle now. Vi is just gonna ult. Oh, big Kennen ult, but big 2-man knockup as well. And this Hui is just dominating. Very strong team fight presence. There is nothing that they can really do about it. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. They have a lot of they have the priority targets of Hui and Corki, but if they go for Corki, Hui's just free to like launch spells over to SDSU.
I totally agree with you. I mean, if they're all just bunched up like that, that's just a party for Hui to just destroy everything in front of him. Especially with all that AoE that he packs and all this kind of chaotic, messy fighting.
Olaf is caught on the bottom side. Decent steal from the Sterex to try and get him out. But that is 3 people, and Lost in Echoes is now godlike. Poppy is going to be TPing on the ward. But this is support Karma. I doubt that she can actually do anything about this. Very interesting. And it's like, and Long Beach are on sole point and they have map control. It's very difficult for SDC.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this is honestly like just a reverse destruction by Long Beach, especially after what happened with them and SDSU. I mean, Long Beach is a pretty good team. You have pretty strong players who understand like how to utilize their champions in a way to kind of disrupt like fights, especially how SDSU is playing, like being all spread out and stuff. They're just getting picked off by Nard. I'm sorry, not Nard. They're getting picked off by Cyan ults, Ways. I mean, you have Corky's range doing all the damage.
Oliver is also really annoying in these fights as well.
100%. I mean, he'll just hop on and disrupt literally everybody and just can't make sure they're not able to apply the fight with any sustainment.
Baron is warded. I think they're trying to threaten this. All of SCSU is currently right here. Trying to make sure that this doesn't happen. Olaf is frontlining, doesn't take damage because of the Karma Shield, but it looks like they're going to be able to push them off a little bit for now, at least able to get rid of these control wards in the Baron pit. Shield is actually doing wonders against the Wei Landry's.
It's very interesting. I mean, they are want to get the Baron Nash, but they're also neglecting the Scion on the bottom lane, just kind of free hitting the turret just for funds. I mean,
and that is a tier 2 going over to Scion. He's very, very far ahead of this.
So it looks like there was kind of like a miscommunication between who should catch the Scion or not, because Scion at this point is literally just hitting towers just because they're in front of him. I mean, no one is contesting him, so he's just able to just clear camps, hit towers, while his team just focuses on
Olaf is trying to clear this ward, and it just might be able to do so in exchange for his life. But that shield is so massive, and he's able to get out because of the Sterex and Karma. But with the top lane chunked, that's going to be the signal for Long Beach to just start a Baron.
You know, you look at the bottom lane, you got a big wave coming for Scion. So once they secure this is honestly going to be a bad position for SDSU to be in.
Yeah, can Vi go for the seal? Hiding in the bushes, channeling Q, 4K, 3K, not able to do. Fear of Poppy flashes over.
Red team has stolen the Baron,
and Israel is just going to be able to get it. Now it's a fight coming out. Dylan is able to kill Dirty Rat. Double kill for Ezreal. Triple kill for Ezreal.
Oh my goodness.
And just like that, the tide switched, and it's now in favor of SDSU. They're going to try and lock down the Hui here. Uses the flash. Vi connects to Q though, and now the rest of the team is here. No isolated kills this time, and that is going to be a 1,000 gold shutdown going over to this Ezreal. And suddenly, SDSU just might be back in the game.
Oh my goodness. That Baron steal was enough to just entirely stop Sion's plan to push. And now SDSU fires back by breaking the inhibitor and the tower
They have a
of Long
push.
Beach.
I don't think they can end, but this is a very big. This is very, very good for them now. And now they're just going to continue moving over to this mid turret as well. Suddenly they're cracking the base open.
Once again, this just shows that it's never over until the other team says that it's over. Anything can happen as long as you just don't give up, which is what SDSU has been showing.
But that's, like, Kennen is just going to get caught here. Ult comes out from both of them. Redemption's going to come through. Doesn't actually hit him because he's on the run. The stun comes through and Kennen is dead, but it's all right, honestly. I think they have enough Baron buffs to where they can just continue piling on pressure, and Kennen's not really much of a split pusher regardless. His Karma Shield is also becoming a really big problem. It's just so big.
As long as SDSU just plays their cards right and doesn't die with the Baron buff, they should have a hard
Karma
chance
opting
of...
for the flash. Sion ult doesn't really hit anybody, but now the Olaf is coming through. It's mayhem into the backline, but this Olaf might not be that tanky. The shield's coming through. But
Oh my goodness!
But he's just so fast. I think he's just able to get out alive regardless. With the Baron empowered recall, I think he's just able to get out and charge back in.
This is honestly huge for San Diego State. They got super minions pushing in the top lane. Although they do lose.
They're going to lose
Drake.
soul for this. Vi gets grounded, gets stunned. I think Vi is just dead. Ezreal Arcane shifts out, not gonna get picked off, and the rest of the team is here. But now
They're paying the top lane. They want someone on the top lane.
Yeah,
Long Beach wants someone to catch that big boy wave right there, pushing in. We might see some Winian action over here.
Yeah, the Cloud Soul is just great for disengaging. Look at. And how skill shot reliant this Ezreal is, it's going to be really difficult for him to try and fights. Now we can see that the gold lead is now 1K in favor of SDSU. Reminder that it was 4K, 5K earlier.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, it's honestly to those who just don't give up. I mean, if you just keep playing it out and kind of. You never know what'll happen, just like the little steal we saw earlier from the Ezreal.
Elder is gonna be. I think this might be go to an Elder game. What do you think?
I think so too. I mean, if I see another Ezreal steal the Elder, I mean,
Yeah.
that's gonna be pretty crazy.
Oh, but by this point in time, the rest of SDSU is so strong. Olaf has 4 items and the Hollow Radiance to try and disrupt this way. Ezreal is on 4 items. This Kennen has Shadow Flame, Storm Surge, very burst heavy.
And don't forget the amount of bruising that Olaf can take for his team without like pretty much going unscathed.
Yeah, that Sterax is really, really nasty in use with the Karma Shield. It covered his entire health bar that one fight.
I know, like that was honestly like just straight up madness. He didn't take any damage whatsoever and just walked away with half HP.
Looks like they're gonna try and play for this bottom lane. It's very, very pushed up. Poke's gonna come down from Dylan to try to get this way low, and Kings are also just raining down mid lane as well. They're trying to make sure that they can't really do anything. They need to preserve. Long Beach need to preserve this map control, or else there is advantage to building up all games.
Olaf is moving in though.
Olaf
Looking to get some vision with all his health. He's not afraid at all.
Stridebreaker comes through. This Volibear is slowed and is still able to caught even with the Cloud Soul. Root's gonna come through for Olaf. Vi, will she opt to Q over the wall? She does actually. I think they might try and chase down this Poppy. Is the ult gonna come through from this Vi? Yes, it is. Flash for flash. Flash for flash, but Vi opts to disengage. But Bakala opts to disengage as the rest of the team's coming down. But it might be a bit late. Redemption coming. That shield is so massive though, and once again, that does so much against their team comp. And now this trade no longer is as bad as I thought it would be. Then on the other side of the map, Olaf pops the ult. Sion's flashes. The Q comes through. This
Is it
shield,
enough to
that's a
kill?
That's a pretty big shield, but this
Big
console
shield.
is just so annoying for this
Oh,
hold-off,
and he misses.
He manages to get out with his life. But Dylan on the other side managed to pick off the Poppy somehow. I don't know how that happened, but it's a 1-for-1. But support for mid laner, I think Long Beach are going to be able to take that any day. Now the Baron spawning. SDSU might try and threaten this, but they're also just. But again, and flashes forward, doesn't get the stun off. Corki has to use barrier and barrier flash no, without flash. Pulls flash down, but that's a pretty big summon. That's a big summoner spell from this cannon gone.
This might be honestly a possible free Baron for Long Beach if they do choose to take it here, knowing that they're probably resetting with how low their health is. I think Volibear does want to secure this one.
I remember correctly, it's a Novori Volibear. He does a lot of damage to this. Actually, they are gonna opt to reset instead because they sense a fight. Redemption gonna come down from Karma to scout out the Baron, but it turns out that there's nobody there. Ings are gonna
Flash by Hui tries to get a little stun on him.
Oh, but the ult from the Hui completely goes wide. I don't know what that. I think they were trying to engage the fight with that there because the Hui slow is enough for the entire team to pile on. Barrage just gonna poke down mid lane. Get this wave chunked, and it also interrupts waves back as well. Kennen is going to opt to instead push out this bottom lane because I think the Elder is going to spawn relatively soon, and both teams need to be ready for that.
I do agree on that. I mean, look at the timers on the side. Elder does spawn in 40 seconds. We'll see if whoever really wants to get the Elder. I mean, that'll just literally, it's like honestly a flip of the coin at this point. Whoever gets that will win. I mean, both teams are in a pretty solid position right now. But I do think that Long Beach is in a better position in comparison to San Diego State.
But both carries don't have summoner spells. Kennen also doesn't have summoner either. Only Ezreal has both sums up. But the snap engage is gonna come through from the Volibear. Vi ult comes through. Hui ult is back up. This Vi is extremely dead, and it looks like the push that. But Kennen ult is gonna come through. Gets the stun, but there's barely any damage, and this Hui is just so strong. Dylan is gonna try and run for his life. He gets rooted. That Karma shield is incredibly big. He continues to kite, but this and this Ezreal manages to live on the skin of his teeth, but with no jungler, SDSU can't secure this Elder. Big poke coming in from Hui, almost gets the kill onto Dylan, but he has Bloodthirster. He is going to be able to heal up from this blue buff, but I think this dragon is just completely gone now. And Olaf couldn't be there in that fight because he had to match the Sion who's just cracking the base over for free.
Elder is secured for Long Beach. This is going to be very dangerous for SDSU. Considering, I mean, although they do have the shields to kind of stop this, I mean, it is Elder, so you're going to have a lot of shit in combination with the
we
Baron.
might see an Exodia here. That's going to be both Baron and Elder for Long Beach. Now, SDSU put up a good fight, but I think this game is pretty soon to be over.
See if they're able to hold off at this point. I mean, honestly, they can just run it down mid and call it a day while this Sion pushes in the bot lane.
Yeah, their front to back is just very, very strong by this point in time. Very little that the SDSU...
The damage as well.
Yeah, they don't really have the damage outside of the Ezreal.
I totally agree with you on that. I mean, Long Beach just packing in more damage. The Hui plus the Corki, that's just honestly just a straight up recipe for disaster. You got all that like range and poke, plus in combination with this Elder.
Oh my god.
And Sion just rushing in the bot lane. We might actually see a little Bao special if he really wants to do it.
Oh my god, that tower just got completely disintegrated. Yeah, both inhibs are going to go down here. SDSU preparing their final stand. They're already getting somewhat chunked because of this wave, though. These waves are incredibly massive. Sion is ulting in.
Battle special!
it's a battle
Battle special!
Well, their ult sin. Redemption's gonna come through. The cannon ult is actually gonna do massive work here. But where's the fight happening? This Wei got shut down. Crucially,
Wei got shut down.
Dylan is going to be. Dylan's able to just
SCSU
free
were able
fire.
to hold on to it.
And the shields once again are so incredibly massive. But can they kill him in time? Can they do it? No.
No.
The elders are killing. They're stopwatching, and that's the game for Long Beach.
What a game.
It's very close in the end, but I don't think. But I think by that point in time, Long Beach is just way too strong. They had both Elder and Baron, and that was almost an incredible base defense from SDSU as well. Don't get me wrong, but I think that early game was just way too rough for them. The fact that it was even this close in the first place is just a testament to how tenacious these players are.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, that was honestly just a game of just pure skill on both players. Or I'm sorry, both teams. You see SDSU, they just dominated it in the first game. Long Beach coming back with they're firing back with their own attack on SDSU. So now we're tied 1-1.
Yeah, we're gonna be going to a game 3 here, folks. Stick around. We'll be going into a break once again, and we'll be back with game 3 Fearless. Game 3 Fearless shortly.
That was kind of crazy. That Ezreal steal was kind of wild.
I know, right? Like, almost saved the game.
Dude, that was insane.
Might be starting like.
Alright, cool.
I really need that.
I need to use the bathroom as well.
Yeah, you got it, bro.
Love that final team fight. I was all over the place.
Now you're good.
Player keys, either QWERTY or 1 through. Like pan around the whole.
Here the whole time.
Sorry, spectator flame had to come in. Someone had a bad note.
Whoever
Whoever the spectator is shit. That's crazy. You have the refreshed step select open?
There go you.
It's starting now.
Perfect if it was a 2-0. That would be sloppy full screen. Minutes plus.
Lost last semester. Let them know that they're ready.
Yeah. All right. Okay. I would like to actually see you draft. What's the Lucian first
Yeah,
pick?
it's already started, so.
Okay.
The option.
Alright. They just started draft, so we're just in time.
Crazy game 3.
Yeah. We're up to game
Yeah,
3.
we're ready.
Yeah, we're ready.
Send to the casters.
2 seconds.
Welcome back, everybody, to the. We're gonna go to a third game here. It's not Silver Scrapes, but close enough, I guess. And we're already getting into draft for. We're not wasting any time. We're getting into draft, and the SDSU has opted to go for the blue side this time, with the Gwen Hecarim and Rumble bans, and they first picked Lucian, whereas Long Beach they've gone for the Lilia, Jinx, and Bessa bans once again, and opted for the Varus instead.
Honestly, we'll go see what they got in store. I mean, they got a quick pick up the Lucian, like you mentioned, and the Varus. SDSU is gonna want to probably change their playstyle than how they were earlier. The Lucian pick kind of playing a little bit more aggressive. I'd rather to just like scale it out.
Yeah, like Long Beach gonna go for the start. Oh,
Karthus,
are we going to see? We're going to see the Clock Karthus here, and the Nami. No surprise, Lucian Nami is that Fable bot lane duo that we used to see very often. But and at Long Beach they can either take the support counter pick here, or they can drop support in favor of 4/5 and pick something like a top laner or the mid laner.
What they got to choose, I mean, they got 5 seconds left, probably deciding who they should pick next. That's an Echo pick.
Thing. The Echo here, I'm guessing it's because with the Karthus and the Lucian, they already have a very burst heavy comp.
Right.
And Echo is good at mitigating that burst damage because he has that ult to kind of keep himself alive for longer. And
Look at the Silas ban.
no surprise there because Silas already has pretty good ults to steal with that Echo and the Skarner. And let's see what we see. Let's see what we can get from SDSU's side. Will be good. Be good here. I think banning an engage champ would be not horrible. No?
Right. I think this is we're gonna be seeing maybe a possible support ban here.
The Blitzcrank would be a pretty good ban. They're gonna go
Braum,
for Braum
okay.
instead, which is also good because Braum is really good at mitigating projectile heavy characters, and to a degree, I think that's Lucian and Nami. Block the Nami wave, the bubble, Lucian culling. It's a very good ban from the side from SDSU, and no way they're actually banning Teemo, right?
I just noticed that right now. Let's see. I mean, they're hovering it, and they got 5 seconds. I think this is a for sure Teemo ban.
I don't know.
Not unless this is troll.
Uh,
It is troll. Okay, so they do ban a Galio.
Instant Heimer ban from SDSU in response. No way. That has to be another troll hover. I think instead they're looking to pick either support or top laner here on 4/5. I think it all just depends. Zillion White might not actually be that bad not that bad here. The GA helps, and the slow is very good against slippery characters like. But they instead gonna go for possibly the Rakan. The
Rakan,
Rakan's
okay, Rakan and Varus. Pretty solid combo when you combine Rakan's ultimate plus Varus's stun. So let's see what we got for STC's mid.
lane covering pretty much every different option right now. I don't actually dislike a Talia pick here because they have a lot of dash up. They already have a lot of dash heavy characters. Poppy out of the picture, I think that's pretty much.
Kiana pick would also be pretty good. I was about to mention that. I mean, I have seen the SCC mid laner hop on Kiana a few times. So.
Yeah, and I think this just means that Titus has swapped back to mid lane because Kiana is one of his signature picks. He pulls that out a lot. He pulls out a lot of different games. And see what all we need to see now is either top laner from SDSU, no?
Yeah, I believe so. Top laner. We got the mid laner for Kiana. So we'll do with the top. Well, Malphite.
Malphite,
Okay.
interesting. I think it is a pretty heavy comp from from Long Beach
Long
here.
Beach, yeah.
Now, what do they have in response to this? I think the Malphite pick is really smart because with all these bans gone from Fearless, there's really only bruisery champion left. The very 80 heavy reliant
Let's
ones.
see who they choose though for Long Beach's lineup. I think they're gonna pick maybe. Oh,
Trundle,
Trundle.
interesting.
Okay, interesting.
Trundle locked in, or is it just a hover? I think it's locked in.
I believe so.
Hey, very interesting comp from both sides here. I don't know I don't know who won draft in this case. Very.
Yeah, this honestly, this is a pretty silly like lineup, but we'll see. I mean, these are like high elo players, so they will be able to maybe strategy. But we'll go ahead and see.
All right, now that the pick band's been set up, I think we're gonna head and once again take a small intermission. The game set up properly, so we might have to. I have to be right back. Um, uh, and well, about a break.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah,
a break.
that's
Okay, cool. That's a weird draft, bro.
Yeah,
The Trundle pick is what
I think
kind of tripped me out when I saw.
Malphite pick smart. It denies a lot of top lane picks.
Oh yeah.
Also, the ult engage is really good on two mobile champions like Varus and what else did they pick? I can't really see right now.
I think they picked what's it called?
Infinitely worse. Just say something.
I forgot who else they picked. I just played the whole time.
Oh my god.
Magic.
Oh. Oh. All right, welcome back. We are now getting into game 3. Apologies for the short delay, and let's see what this game will have in store for us.
Is a Trundle top.
The Trundle top. Once again, River, as is with every game, we're contesting the River, and street pings coming in from SDSU, it seems. Yeah, right. I don't know how these lanes are going to turn out initially, but
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think we're just gonna have to wait and see what happens next. I mean, there's not really much showing right now to see. Maybe could be in the lead. I mean, this bot lane with the Lucian and the Nami is pretty strong, but then again, you do have the Varus and the Rakan to kind of play more of like the aggressor in this kind of a matchup. So we're honestly we just gotta see. I mean, the Echo picked mid.
And well, you can see already that this Malphite's taking a bunch of damage because, as you can see, it does not tank Malphite. He's actually opting for the AP build with the Comet Malphite. Oh, knockup already coming in from the Rakan here, but that's not really going to mean much in the grand scheme of things. And Nami's just gonna be able to walk it off. Goes for the W poke in response and gets some damage onto this Rakan.
Yeah, honestly, there's kind of more damage and back-to-back trades happening in this game. I think this is gonna be quite an interesting game to see.
Yeah, these are very skirmish-heavy lanes. The Hail of Blades Echo already doing so much damage to this Kiana, but she does have Conquer and she does have Pots. I think she'll be okay for the time being. It is only level 2, and we're already getting a lot of action.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I mean, both teams do want to win this year's Spring Games, and the fact that they even took it to Game 3 just shows how dedicated they are to kind of securing the dub. We just gotta wait and see. I mean, not much happens. This is League of Legends. This is a snowballing kind of game. Not much is gonna really happen early match. So we just gotta see. Just a lot of back and forth poking, especially with this AP Malphite towards that.
Yeah. The problem with AP Malphite, as you can already see, is that he runs out of mana really fast. Spells really early costs a lot of mana to use. He comes in from Nami, and Lucian able to get some decent poke onto Scars.
Right.
Who is opting for this poke build and is really vulnerable if not spacing correctly.
100%. We might see a little
gank coming in from Clock a lot. Burns Flash, but also forces the Trundle to burn Flash. With no health and no way to contest this. He's forced to back and TP. But that does mean Malphite's also he doesn't actually base. This is really bad for him. He does get the level up, which means that Malphite can't really contest the dive, and Malphite doesn't really have mana anyway, so can't really do so. Instead, they're just gonna try and back and get this reset off so maintain tempo.
Long Beach does secure the Scuttle, adding further vision for them, and the fact that he's playing.
Pings are coming down. Ignite going to be invested from this Kiana. I don't think this Ignite is going to kill. This Skarner isn't tanky enough yet. That is first blood going to my AD can't carry. Very, very good stuff from this mid jungle duo so far.
We could see something going on with the mid lane.
Khan's here, trying to cover for something, but isn't going to be able to. Instead, opting to reset.
SDSU in a pretty solid position, securing the first blood. We'll see how Long Beach responds to this little kill here.
Yeah, these solo lanes are already going the way of SDSU with that early top push from Malphite and the kill coming in for Kiana. We can already see a gold lead already kind of beginning to pop up a little bit. Ooh. Rakan gets the knock up, the Ami fails to get the bubble. Arrow's gonna go wide, and this Nami is just continuing to auto this continue to auto and W this this Varus. Very good trade coming in, but now
The gank
it looks
from
like
Echo.
Echo's gonna try and go for a gank here, or not. Yeah, as I was saying, I think this Karthus is being very proactive, and that's the main reason why these solo lanes are already beginning to gain a small lead.
I agree. I mean, Karthus in general too is pretty scary late game.
Even early game, you can see the impact. Dylan's gonna dash forward, doesn't really have anything to have anything. Bushes are just gonna be warded. Has to pop the heal. Has to pop the heal. That arrow already does a lot of damage though. It is poke Varus. The arrow does do a lot of damage pretty early on. This
AP Malphite doing a lot of work actually in the top lane.
Yeah, this Malphite already hit level 6 first. That is not good for Trundle, who wants to kind of stay even with his opponent if he wants to not be useless later in game. He does get that 6 eventually, but it does signal to me that Malphite already has an early XP advantage. But that doesn't mean Trundle's completely out of the game yet. He's very, very good as a solo split.
I do believe SDC is trying to push for the grubs right here, and they actually do. This should really boost them up with the little pushes that they like to do, which we saw in the first game.
Gonna be hovering a little bit for this, maybe for a potential gank, but seeing as how Trundle's and he's actually gonna
You
go
might see a
for it
gank
here.
right here. Long Beach
gonna,
fires back by getting the Drake,
Ult
but I
go-
think Trundle's gonna fall here.
The ult comes in from both top laners. It's all for naught though, as this as Karthus is going to be able to get the kill. Dirty Rat is going to be able to claim this dragon as consolation prize. But that is once again another kill going over to SDSU.
See what Kiana has over here. No minions yet. Just waiting on until the minions arrive. SDSU doing a great job on securing vision for the team. Long Beach did, however, get the Inferno Drake, which will help them a lot in terms of damage.
Ooh. E coming in from Skarner gets the root off. Pincer, that's a nice impale from this Skarner, and Kiana is forced to flash. Karthus is here, however, and Echo's taking a lot of tower shots. But once again, that ult is infested, and he's able to get out with his life.
Wow, what a play!
Oh, Karthus ult will it do something? No, not enough damage yet.
What an escape by Kiana, though. Escaping all those possible CCs, and that she almost died there. I'm not sure if she has shutdown at this point.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
But, however, that is two very big ults from Long Beach used. Might not be, depending on when the next team fight is, may not be up in time. And we can see here already that CS Trundle impressively he's been able to maintain the same CS as Malphite despite being ganked pretty early on. Culling gonna come through his poke from Dylan. Is able to chunk the Varus. I don't think it's consequential enough that he needs to back just yet, however.
We'll go ahead and see. I mean, Nami does have 6. We'll see if they're able to get some light damage onto them. The Nami and Lucian combo is pretty effective when dealing a bunch of burst damage to the enemy.
Yeah, agree with that. Oh, somehow I don't see how it happened, but Trundle is able to get the solo kill onto the Malphite, and that's pretty big in terms of getting him back from that slight disadvantage.
Go ahead and see what maybe the bot lane. And here, maybe just to back, let it reset.
This early buy from Malphite here, the plated steel caps, is a pretty big buy, all things considered. Because Trundle's very auto attack heavy champion.
Yeah, 100%. Honestly, like dealing with that, especially with the fact that he's going AP, like he's gonna need that. Otherwise, he's just gonna get purely shredded.
Oh, that's true. It does lead me to ask, why Comet if he's gonna offer a tank-based build anyways? I suppose I shouldn't really question it, but I was just wondering. See that not much vision has been set up by either team, except for a lone ward in in the grubs pit.
Bot lane is pushing the bot tower, getting these plates for free, further pushing the gold lead for SDSU.
Yeah, looks like Long Beach is going to try and set up a lane swap here in order to try and secure these grubs. And these grubs are going to be very important for Echo and Trundle later on, because late game they were just going to be able to shred towers. They needed to deny they need to deny this objective from SDSU in order if they want to try and win this game.
Which, I mean, they're doing a great job at. You do have the bot lane roaming up to fully secure the grubs, just to ensure that SDSU does not touch the grubs whatsoever.
Looks like they're just going to be able to get this for free, yeah, on SDSU. Not really too much they can do about that. They don't really have that team fight power just yet.
But they are both even in grubs, SDSU having 3 and Long Beach having 3. So both teams are pretty split.
Minor trading going on in the bottom lane as the shield is to be invested from Lost in Echoes. Bot lane once again coming back. That arrow does manage to hit, but I don't think it really matters. Looks like the Lucian Nami duo are going to be trying pushing out the spot lane. Good vision from Long Beach. Good vision from Long Beach on both sides of the map. You can see that the wards are being placed at each entrance, and they're denying SDSU quite a bit of information.
Yeah, I agree on you. Vision is very important in this game, especially placing it in areas where there's like choke points where there could easily be a gank. Considering the kind of champions that Long Beach is playing, SDSU really needs to get more vision, especially with playing against a Skarner who can just easily, essentially dig his way all the way to your lane. So,
I think they're gonna try and rotate up for this dragon potentially. There's a lot of good souls that could be very, very detrimental or helpful depending on which team you are. And it seems like with Karthus damage on isolated target, they're just going to be able to get this dragon pretty much for free.
Long Beach is looking to gank top lane. Malphite R's away.
As to R to safety, but is still going to get pincered and impaled regardless. This Malphite's still not very tanky, doesn't have the flash, but is able to walk out. But now Echoes come up to the top lane, and I think they might look for a dive here.
Denied!
But absolutely denied. Shern manages to get the kill here, and that is very big for SDSU. Echo was way too cocky with that dive here. That dive there.
Dude, I agree. I mean, that honestly, that damage was kind of unexpected for the Malphite combined with the turret. I thought for sure Echo was gonna get him.
Meanwhile, bot lane is just collecting towers. The bubble Aqua Prison manages to land from this.
Big gank!
And I-80 can't carry. The Kiana manages to come through, gets the ult on, but can he get out? This Rakan is trying to flank. They do manage to CC. They manage to CC through the Kiana, but the heal is gonna come through. The exhaust is also gonna come through as well. But that doesn't. But they get no kills, and I think they're all out. Unless Bubble sidestepped, Poke.
They should be all out. I don't think they're gonna want to fight this San Diego State. They're just gonna want to give it away and just honestly get away with just getting 1 kill on that Varus.
SDSU is very, very good at getting these singular picks and getting outs. They're not really giving a chance for Long Beach to do that much. Let's see. The top lane is just—they're just gonna respect each other. Let them leave the farm forget. It's gonna be Malphite's able to actually interrupt Trundle's back there, which is pretty significant. Actually gets a decent chunk of his health. Has to back on this wave. So I think that just means the Malphite's gonna be able to crash it. Unless he stays to collect it, which obviously leaves him up to, more vulnerabilities. But Karthus also Karthus is pathing topside as well.
Let's go ahead and see what's gonna happen in the bot lane. No towers have been taken just yet, except for the fact that mid tower and I believe bot tower is kind of low. Pretty low. Oh, yeah, it is very, very low. So I think bot tower will fall first, therefore giving the turret, the first turret to SDSU. SDSU is in a pretty solid position right here. I think what they're doing now is to kind of play. There you go. See, bot tower is taken.
And that's a lot of gold going over to this Lucian, and that's, if left unchecked, that's going to be a problem for. That's going to be a definite problem for Long Beach.
100%. I think they're actually making their way down mid to help out this Kiana, further pushing the waves up to the enemy nexus, Long Beach's nexus. We'll go ahead and see. I mean, Trundle is pushing top lane. No one is able to match him in time, and he does.
With the demolish and the fact that he's Trundle, he's able to put a number onto this tower. It's already half health. Can he get it before Malphite comes in time? I think he's going to be able to. The last two minions, he's able to get that tower. And he's able to walk away as well. Karthus and Malphite not able to get it in time. Spoke lane Varus.
Ooh!
Ult comes out from the Varus. Not able to land as Dylan manages to expertly dash away.
Oh.
It looks like Dirty Rat was trying to get the drive-by there, but didn't really commit to it at the last.
They are trying to catch Kiana.
Yeah, they're turning their attention onto this chunked Kiana. She doesn't have ult. She has both summoners, but I don't think it's really gonna matter. Driving to come through, has to flash over. Can he blast cone out in time? He is, and he's actually able to get out. That's what a very impressive escape.
And following that, SDSU does take Rift Herald as well as the mid lane turret.
Yeah, a lot of map control from SDSU. They're quietly running away with this game a little. That said, it's not over till it's over. We saw what happened last time. But I think they're just gonna try and dive this. Ult comes through from Malphite, and Dylan is just gonna layer on a lot of the shots, and that is a free kill going over to SDSU.
Rift Herald has a second charge onto hitting the next turret.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna be able to get this top tier 2 as well. And yes, that's Seal. And yes, CSULB is going to be able to get this mid tier 1, but top tier 2 is worth a lot of money. I don't think that's a very fair trade.
I totally agree with you. I mean, they do get an objective over here, but I believe SDSU is able to catch it and possibly deny them from taking the Long Beach taking the Drake over here.
You can see the question mark pings coming down. I think they're trying to try and contest this. They need to keep this tempo going, because I feel like if they slip up just a little bit, suddenly these characters are gonna become absolute monsters.
Yeah, I agree with you. We could possibly see it. Maybe a steal.
Malphite is teeping into the pit. Is the stun gonna come through in time? He doesn't have ulti. Barrett's ulti misses once again. Big, massive stun from this Kiana, but that's also a 3-man impale. But he has no team, and that's gonna be a massive team fight win for SDSU.
Oh my goodness.
Trundle has to walk away, but that's the rest of his team isn't able to do much about. He's not able to do much about it.
What a stun. What a play by San Diego State.
Looks like they're not done. Tidal wave gonna come through. Power shots hurt a little bit, but it looks like gets the
big bubble
on, but I don't know if that's really going to do too much. Dylan's a bit low, but with the Nami sustain, they can continue pushing out this wave and put pressure onto this mid tier 2.
It looks like they want to get a little fight here. Long Beach kind of getting a little impatient.
Dylan dashing, weaving. He's a bit split from this fight. This Trundle's here, and that Dylan just might be able to go down. Nami is able to bubble out to safety. Karthus ult is cancelled by the Rakan, and let's see if he can get away. He is surprisingly pretty fast.
The Nami heal does
has another dash, misses, but it doesn't matter. Echo's able to claim the shutdown. But here comes Malphite. Ronan flashes away to prevent an ult opportunity. Rakan split, tries to make sure his team gets out alive, but they're pathing up towards the river. I think Echo's gonna be able to make it out in time. And Malphite and solo ults the Skarner. He's pretty tanky though, and this Malphite is
forced to flash.
Super tank. Forces the flash and he gets out. But that was a really messy fight from both teams. But I don't know who it favors. They got two. CSULB got 2 shutdowns, but they're still pretty behind. A 5k gold deficit here.
Yeah, I mean honestly, like you said, it is pretty messy fight. But honestly, that kind of low key went to SDSU right there. I mean, they got what they needed to be done. They got all these stuns. They got so much money and value from all that. The only thing that just happened that kind of pushed them a little back a little bit was the fact that Lucian got killed. But that does reset his bounty, so we'll see what the play is.
Base checks that push, tidal waves to disengage, but does have to burn the flash. I don't think either team is looking to start Otacon. They're just trying to get vision around it. But that is an ult and a flash away from this very, very squishy support. Arthas gonna be able to trying to clear vision here. Ronan able to actually get the split push going onto this bottom side, but that opens up the opportunity for SCSU to begin this Otacon here. And it's the ruin, and it's a ruinous Otacon. So if they get this, it's just gonna push their XP leads further and further.
But it looks like Long Beach wants to contest it, possibly maybe try to get a steal. See how this goes out for them.
Otacon does shred quite a bit. Are they gonna opt to let it reset, or are they gonna? No, they're continuing to leash it. Can Clockalock get the Can Clockalock get the Smite off? No, they're gonna instead opt to reset for this, and but now their health bars are very low. Nami is dead. The culling doesn't actually land on Solution. Supreme display of talent stuns out everybody, but they're gonna get the red team's able to. Long Beach is able to get this Otacon, but I'm not sure if it really matters. It was a pretty big team. And actually it was a 2-for-2, and they got the objective. So I'd say overall it went to Long Beach on that front.
Malphite just hitting the tower like with no regard for his safety. I mean, he has no one to match him, so that tower is literally free. As well as maybe if he wants to catch some of the camps in there.
Yeah, it looks like they're not really can't really afford to waste any time. This dragon's about to spawn pretty soon as well. I think they're gonna, and given how it's almost mountain soul point for SDSU, I think it's in Long Beach's best interest to make sure that this doesn't go over to them.
I agree. I think we're just gonna have to see where the game just takes us at this point. I mean, both teams are playing pretty well. We will see what happens next during this Drake fight that should be coming up soon.
Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, I don't think Mountain Soul is very helpful for the CSU outside of Malphite, but it is very helpful for Long Beach. They have a Trundle and a Skarner, so having that extra shielding is going to really make the difference here. That's only if they can actually get this dragon.
You do see Echo teleporting to the bot lane to kind of help his team.
They might try and make a pick on a Malphite here. He is quite fast. Karthus is rotating down.
Malphite doing insane damage.
And this Kiana is unstoppable. The bubble's gonna come through. This fight is very split. Two-man knockup actually able to kill this the Karthus and the Malphite, but SDSU get the kill on on their jungler in response. Dylan dashing in, massive damage from this Echo, but the Nami heals come in clutch as Echo fails to shut down the actually is able to shut down the solution, but he dies in response. Kiana's chasing the Rakan. He's very slippery, however, and isn't going to be able to get him. So they turn their attention towards this Trundle instead. He gets the tower. Can he do anything about it? But no, I don't know if he can. Wait, oh my god, that's a lot of lifesteal from Trundle. Never mind, I was wrong. He actually heals. He went from like 10% HP to where he is now, almost in just a couple autos. Maybe.
Trundle is a threat, especially later into this game with the amount of health he gets from that one bite. I
think that was honestly not the best from SDSU. They are going to actually end up losing this dragon, I think. And the gold lead, while still being ahead, it's gone down to about 3K. It will be soul point denial. That extra armor and MR is going to help champions like Trundle Skarner.
Well, you gotta remember too, SDSU does have a Karthus, and Karthus is pretty deadly once he's full build late game.
I agree. Once he gets to that point, I think it'll be a big problem for the squishier champions on that team. As Titus is going to face check them. Supreme display of talent coming out, manages to get the stun up to 2, but can he get out? He is pretty fast. And Rakan fails to actually get the stun off, get the knockup off, and he's actually gonna die for it. Flash burned as well, and I think SDSU might be able to turn this around. Titus is Ignite, so he can't TP to the fight obviously, but he is able to get out just in time. And this is Baron. This is on Baron spawn as well. I think if SDSU can get more from this, I think they can have a pretty good angle to try and contest Baron.
Oh, there we go.
Malphite
Big
ults him, but remember, ulti from Kiana is used. Can't CC the
but the life steal.
But the lifesteal from this Trundle is way too strong, and I think he's just gonna be able to die here. Dylan has to flash out. Dylan has to flash out. The Varus is killed because of from the Karthus ult, and they're going to get the kill here. Echo ults out. Echo's ults out to safety. But Lucian's also dead. They're gonna continue to chase with the Skarner E. Flashes forward, gets the stun off. Burst damage gonna come. A lot of burst damage coming out.
Trundle is just ending the game at this point.
But somehow that Karth is able to kill. But Trundle's just ending the game.
Trundle is just ending the game.
I don't know if they can stop him actually. He's very, very strong. I don't know if Karthus is the means to. Oh,
big bubble.
A big bubble coming out from
But will he be able to lifesteal?
Light Nami. I don't know if he's able to lifesteal. He's not. And Nami is able to claim the shutdown onto the Trundle, who is this close to ending the game in a 2-1. Ending the game in a 2-1 in a fashion.
Very big boy plays by CSU Long Beach with the Trundle pick. Honestly, like, just SCSU just leaving him unbothered while they're having to deal with the Skarner pulling away their teammates.
Yeah, they don't really have good CC outside of Mouth ult, Kiana ult, and Nami bubble, and all of those have to actually hit in order to actually do anything to the Trundle. But I don't think they can actually contest this contest him unless they take him down as a team.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see. I mean, they do have an open inhib now, as well as taking out the tower, but we do see a fight.
Oh, and Kiana's just gonna be completely assassinated from that fight. The echo damage is very, very strong by this point. And yeah, there is a ward in their base. Trundle could honestly, if Malphite wasn't there, Trundle could honestly look at TP right now. Wave gonna come from Nami to make sure she doesn't get pincered. But with the mid laner dead, I think Long Beach are just gonna try and get this Baron.
This honestly should be a free Baron for Long Beach right here. I could only imagine how much damage it would be if they take it when Trundle is just split pushing.
If SDSU buys enough time, I think they can just let the Nexus turret respawn, because this isn't Season 15. That does indeed happen. But the question is, can Malphite match this Trundle? I don't know if he actually can. He's gonna try and go in the 2v2, but the last time that happened, Trundle just lifestealed his way out. Lifestealed his way through.
Trundle is walking towards the direction of 3 SDSU players, so we'll see if they'll be able to intercept them at that time. They do actually with the Red Oracle, but they just let him be.
Very tense game.
Oh!
The jungler is dead. That is I think that's the signal for Long Beach to move up to the Baron. Supreme Display of Talent gonna completely miss as the Karthus ult does hit, but that doesn't really mean anything. I think Echo can just TP back. Oh, actually they're not gonna start it. I think they're worried about their health bars a bit. Very unfortunate circumstance.
Oh, but Trundle is looking to kind of capitalize on this.
Yeah, with no Malphite to match, she's just threatening for an end. Echo, TP gonna come in from Echo, and I think they're just gonna get this Baron pretty much for free, I think. Well, wait a second. Ronin's trying to rotate up. He might be a bit caught here. Let's see what they can do. That slow from the pillar is going to do wonders against this. They can't actually chase.
He is providing good distraction as his team does quickly snag the Baron.
Yeah, Long Beach is just going to be able to get this Baron here. TP going to come in from Malphite, but I don't know if they can do anything. Wait, the wave's going to come in, but Trundle's just too fast. Not going to get knocked up by it. I think what SCSC are going to look to do is just instead go for this Mountain Soul point, which I think they should be able to, which they should try and do, but Trundle has TP. I think he can just TP the bottom wave and try and end.
That's what I was thinking as well. I mean, they gotta remember that he still does pose a threat to just backdooring and ending the game.
They're pinging the wave. That's a really big wave. 2 super minions. 2 super minions pouring into the base. I think they need to clear this as fast as possible because that looming threat is just constantly there.
Right. Trundle probably going to be playing it safe. We might see a little backdoor from the Trundle later into the game. So we're just going to have to see.
This Baron buff is very, very difficult for us to
He is
deal
working
with.
his
Their
way
wave
up
player
top.
isn't fantastic. Oh my god, that whole Varus is
Top
starting
tower
to
is
hurt.
destroyed.
Hold on a second. Echo might be caught. Gets good ult to avoid the knockup. That is a big engage tool from
Cannon
SDSU
Minion just
gone.
booming the mid tower.
And this constant pressure is getting increasingly difficult to deal with. Trundle is just solo pushing. This 4-1 split is so hard to deal with for them. They have a lot of single target damage, but they can't afford to waste their time picking off one person at a time.
Double cannons at the top side.
Now, Bubble to try and disrupt the wave a bit. Only gonna come through, not really gonna do too much in the grand scheme of things. As Titus is
See if
going to
SDC
try and
can hold this.
Trundle. This fight is split. Heartless ult is going to come. Heartless ult is going to come down from
Ooh.
death. Supreme, but this Kiana is doing a lot of work. Trundle, I think, actually is going to go down. Lucian will not, and they're going to be able to destroy this place. Flash coming in from Kiana, and they're going to be able to get the kill, but not going to be able to get anything more from that. And all in all, base defense from SDSU completed, but their base is also very, very wounded. That is almost triple inhibitor down.
Yeah, honestly, their base is just destroyed. They're gonna have to just turtle it out, take as much farm as possible, and just honestly just try their best to survive while their towers spawn back in. Their inner towers spawn back in.
Fight's gonna continue catching waves. He is getting a lot of farm from this as a result of matching with the Trundle, but I think when the Nexus Tower, I think, is also gonna respawn in just a little bit. So that is some leeway for SDSU, but once again, this is a very difficult game state to try and pull yourself out of. I think the method here is for them to just try and go for Mountain Soul, and get a little bit of extra tankiness. To help with the team fights.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly just survival at this point for San Diego State. Long Beach, honestly, with the pressure from the Trundle, as well as his distraction, so that his team just gets all the objectives pretty much for free, is honestly what's helping them in this to finishing this. But SDSU could still pull it off. It's gonna have to be a miracle, but we're gonna have to see if it's the League of Legends gods are in their favor.
So currently, no objectives are up, so the game is going to slow down just a little bit. These waves are slowly starting to come back into favorable positions for SDSU, as they're gonna have to continue, as it's just gonna be constant pushing them on both sides. I think but live and surely. They're getting their farm up. They might have to wait for more item spikes. We can see that actually, there's not actually that many item spikes left for the side of SDSU, I think. And as for Long Beach, Echo's still not done with his arm guard, and Mars can still go off. I'll still probably opt for another item. Trundle is full build though, which I think is pretty funny.
Yeah, I mean, this is honestly, SDSU just has to hold. Like, they can't even contest for an objective. Otherwise, Trundle, who still has TP, can just end the game right then and there.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. Mars walking into the base. Knight. Oh, tidal wave coming in. Flash gonna come through from Varus. The Edge of Knight's not gonna be procced. Oh, but Trundle, once again, he's just melting this inhibitor. And that's once again a continuous weak point. Calling gonna come through, and actually, Trundle is dead. That means that but the burst damage from Echo is so strong, and he gets the Nami, which is all things considered not the worst thing in the world, but it is pretty bad considering Baron is about to spawn and they need all members on deck, especially with the base that's cracked open. I think so far might be actually forget the Baron, the Dragon's about to spawn, and I don't know, and they might have to contest this. It is Soul. I don't know if they can just I don't know if they're gonna give this for free, SDSU.
I mean, we're gonna have to see. I mean, Trundle does spawn in 15 seconds, so I mean, they'd really have to kind of they have to think about if they were gonna take the risk to challenge Long Beach for the Drake, or stay put and ensure that Trundle just doesn't straight up end the game.
Oh, these waves are getting a bit pushed out. I think they can avoid the TP threat for a bit, but they're actually gonna instead opt to give this Drake over. They can. It's now soul point for both teams, which isn't very favorable for SDSU, but it's once again not the worst thing in the world. And it looks like they're going to be trying path over to this Baron instead. Dylan actually is doing a lot of damage. He's very strong at this point in the game. He just has to make sure to not get assassinated by Echo, who is also incredibly strong at this point.
We do see Trundle making his way to the bot lane, wanting to maybe secure a kill on the Kiana.
Kiana is a level down. Slowed. Supreme related talent, going to stun him up. Kiana is pretty speedy. Gonna get out of that. But that is a pretty big ult gone from this Kiana. Actually, it looks like SDSU are just saying we have to get this Baron. And actually, never mind.
But instead, they changed their mind. They changed their attention towards
this Malphite.
the Malphite getting absolutely melted.
Malphite is just getting melted. Not having a tanky rune. Not having a tanky rune is so bad for survivability.
Ooh.
And this Kiana will get shut down. Karth is also pulled by the Impale, and that is going to be. But it's going to be
Trundle just running around, taking everything
for AD and support in exchange. It looks Trundle is pretty split. Can he get this kill onto this?
Oh, he got stunned.
Onto this Lucian. The answer is no, as the Aqua Prison manages to stun up the Trundle, and that was what I was talking about. If one of those CC lands, Trundle is suddenly very vulnerable. And like I said, also like I said earlier, Lucian is very strong, so he's just able to melt Trundle in an instant. And it looks like with this in mind, SDSU are going to path their way over to the Baron.
This honestly might be a free Baron. We'll have to see. I mean, Malphite is catching the bottom waves to ensure that nothing really surpasses the Krugs.
This is so strong. I don't know, and it looks like
they honestly can fight
get a free Baron. It looks like Skarner is just gonna go down. That is a lot of damage. Echo going to miss the burst. Going to miss the burst damage. Zanya's gonna come through, but Lucian gets rooted by the Varus. He dashes forward. He's on a rampage. Rakan gets the kill, but that doesn't. However,
Karthus
manages to get a couple kills of his own. It's a very winning fight for SDSU, and they still have the Baron on Malphite and Karthus, which is just enough, I think, that they can live.
This is very winnable for San Diego State. Honestly, Long Beach just needs to find a way to close this out. Otherwise, Karthus is just going to scale to the moon, end the game from there. You saw how much damage he does, like with his R already on.
Yes, we saw in that fight that Skarner was on. Skarner, I mean, he was low, but he still had a decent amount of health left. But I think a single isolated Q does so much damage by this point. It just completely pops.
Yeah, at this point, Long Beach just needs to find a way to melt the game over. This is honestly. This is going to be taken too far. We'll see if Kiana can outplay this.
Kiana might get punished for catching a wave here. Rakan is saving all his cooldowns. Manages to dodge the W, and with the ult stun is going to be able to escape. Good stuff. They failed to get the kill there, but also, however, that doesn't really mean that much. I don't think Long Beach put themselves at that much of a disadvantage. They didn't really use the ults. They didn't use anything other than a couple basic abilities.
But wow, what a game. We're already taking this to a 40-minute game on the third round 3.
Yeah, everyone's basically full build at this point. It all just comes down to who can play the fights better.
100%.
It's like, but as long as these 3 inhibitors are up, the map control is just gonna be very hard. There's so many super minions in the base at all times. As Skarner gets caught here, double impale. The wave is gonna come in, but is this it? Nami flashes out, burst damage gonna come through. That Karthus ult does so much damage. But
they do have super minions.
They do have super minions, but they also have the Baron buff. But this Trundle is life-stealing so much off of these minions, however. It's like Malphite trying to clear the wave. Kiana trying her best not to get immediately one-shot, because if she dies, this game is completely over. Supreme Display of Talent is going to hit, but it's only on the Rakan and it doesn't do that much damage. Echo goes into stopwatch. The shield keeps him alive for so long, and I think this might be over. This might be it. His health bars are really low.
But Sherm is holding tight. And it's over.
Kiana's way too low, and that is going to be game 3 going over to Long Beach, and that is a series as well. 2-1.
What a match.
Yeah, it was all on a nice edge at the end there, and that one team fight manages to secure
What a
the win.
game. Honestly, what a game.
That Trundle was doing so much work.
Yeah,
crazy.
he was literally like running around, just taking out turrets, taking out inhibitors like it was nothing, just melting them away. And his lifesteal is just ridiculous.
Yeah, that's the problem. No one in SDSU really had the means to stat check him either.
100%.
All right. So, all right. Well, that was today's first series. We got a few more coming up. Next one in particular will be UCLA versus Long Beach. So stay tuned for that, and we'll be back pretty shortly. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We have today's second series. We have second series of the day. UCLA versus the winners of the last series, Cal State University of Long Beach. And I think this one is going to be just as exciting as the last one because UCLA are a very high caliber team on a collegiate level. They have a lot of different a lot of players at the highest, only at the highest ranked. So I think we're about to see some really high level League of Legends.
Starting off with UCLA's ban, they do ban Heckram following with a Corki
They're
for
very
Long Beach.
determined to not let
Oh yeah,
Long Beach play Hecarim.
Long Beach. They just got the Jinx banned from there. We'll see what the final decision for Long Beach is.
Weighing their options here, I think it could be anything. These 1-2s are always pretty standard or universal. They're gonna go for the Elise, actually.
Interesting.
I don't know how good Elise support is nowadays ever since they nerfed it, but I know it's still picked sometimes. So let's see how UCLA responds. They might also counterpick the support ban here. They're gonna go with the
ban.
Vex. With the Vex out, and Long Beach will put in their final ban, and then we're gonna begin the first 3 picks of this first game.
Honestly, this is. I feel like this is gonna be a great match. I mean, like you said, we do have two teams that are pretty high level players. We're gonna see what UCLA has to draft for their first pick. I mean,
Yeah.
Long Beach followed off with a Pantheon ban, so let's see how UCLA will work around that.
I think Pantheon's a good ban because it's a very strong champion. They're gonna first pick possibly the Nefiri here. Very common junglers in this, especially nowadays in this meta. Up there with Gwen for probably one of the more universally picked champions nowadays. We'll
see
see
what
if
Long
Long
Beach
Beach.
uses.
They're on red side, so they have the counter pick advantage. Let's see if they're gonna opt for the jungle. They might drop jungle here, but I don't think they. I don't think they will. I think they'll just match right now and pick something like an AD. There's the Poppy.
Poppy.
Which could be flexed for all we know. So very good pick, especially into the Nefiri with the dashes. Poppy can easily just neutralize that.
See what Long Beach has to follow after that pretty solid Poppy pick. I feel like they might pick their AD here, ADC.
Agreed. In case they want to flex the Poppy to support, and like we said, there's the Jin, and there it is. There's the Jin, opting for more utility-based ADC here, and UCLA gonna slam with the possibly gonna slam with the Ezreal right back. Ezreal's a good matchup into Jin, all things considered. Have the very long ranged, not the long ranged poke heavy ADC versus a very mobile ADC. It is going to be the Ezreal locked in. Now will UCLA drop support and instead pick a different lane here?
We'll have to see. I mean, so far this is a pretty solid champ selection for both the teams. I really do like UCLA's choice of choosing Nefiri. I think Nefiri is pretty strong. Oh, Maokai. I love Maokai.
They're gonna go with the Maokai here. I think it'll be Maokai support actually, considering Nefiri's already been picked. I do quite like Malphite here. Not Malphite, sorry, Maokai here. Very good against this long range comp because you can just put saplings and bushes.
However, he will have a problem against the Poppy. Oh, we got a Karma pick.
They're gonna take the Karma here, and I think that is going to. So I think this means that Poppy is going to be jungle in this game, correct?
I would say so too. I mean, it's gonna be a Jin Karma definitely in the bot lane, so Poppy would either run jungle or possibly maybe Poppy top. But we'll have to see. Poppy is, like you said, is pretty easy to flex around. So depending on whatever UCLA picks, they could probably slam Poppy on the top lane. But we'll see. Honestly, I'm not really quite familiar with how both these teams play. Um, More familiar with Long Beach as they just recently played San Diego State, which we casted. So we'll just have to see. I'm excited to see both teams, to be honest.
Yes, I'm gonna get rid of the Syndra. I'm gonna get rid of the Syndra here, as in response to the Yone ban. Final ban and the final ban coming in from Long Beach, going to be well, a little bit. Got 8 seconds left. Clearly, they're weighing their options. Might just be gonna get rid of the Ari instead.
Okay.
So a lot of mid lane mages already taken off the board here. So we'll see what they have. We'll see what both teams have to have in have to pick for their lane champions. There's the Fiora gone from UCLA. So I think it once again is a targeted ban against Long Beach because we saw San Diego State also banned the Fiora in their pick bans.
As well as the Vex. If you noticed too from the last games, they did ban Vex a couple of times, as well as a Corki. They're seeing that an Orn pick for Long Beach. That's a
So
pretty
they're
good.
gonna try and draft a very stable top side here, it seems, and have that a little bit of that scaling element because Orin late game can provide insane buffs to his teammates as well. And I think this also helps a little bit with Long Beach's engage because they don't really have very reliable engage in their comp outside of maybe Poppy hitting a stun onto the wall. But with the Orin, they can easily get the call of the Forge God and get a couple of knockups onto the back line and try and get a fight going. And that is the Mel coming in from UCLA. And then that's what I mean with a lot of these mid lane mages taking off the board. It opens up some time. And I think Mel in particular is good into this comp because Jin Karma are very poke heavy champions, and Mel can easily just reflect a lot of crucial shots back.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, Mel is pretty strong against that bot lane, and we do see an Aatrox pick, which is pretty nasty. I'm not gonna lie. Aatrox has a lot of bruising potential, is able to quickly end fights quickly, has a lot of movement. But we're just gonna have to see how Long Beach counters that. I believe they're gonna have Orn match him, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, I believe so too.
Unless they switch it out and do something kind of crazy.
Gonna probably be a mid lane pick here for Long Beach. One thing I will say about Long Beach is that I don't think their damage is all that reliable. They really only have the Jin for their damage, and it looks like did they run out of time?
They ran out of time.
Did they run out of time here, Long Beach?
Yeah, I think Long Beach wasn't able to select in time. I guess we're gonna have to see what they pick in the game. I'm pretty sure they know who has been banned. Oh, timer has reset, I believe. But anyways, yeah, as you were saying, I honestly don't think Long Beach has enough damage to kind of push it out. Not unless they do like a ultimate like Jin, like we just get Jin like really fed and get him like really early, like strong really early. But in terms of damage, it's just honestly just Jin. I mean, we don't know what else they picked for the one that they forgot to pick, but we'll see.
That said, I think in exchange for sacrificing a lot of damage, Long Beach has a lot of peel on their team. They have Poppy, they have Orn, they have Karma. We don't know what their 5th pick is, obviously, because they ran out of time. But I trust that they're just gonna pick right now, and we're gonna see it once we actually hop into the game.
Yeah, I 100%. I agree with that. I mean, I think that Long Beach does kind of gonna be centering their gameplay around like team fighting, specifically trying to get the Jin as fed as possible. Because I mean, Jin is pretty strong, just in general, especially with his 4th shot. So Jin can easily take out tanks, take out mages, take out pretty much anything. Jin is a pretty well overall ADC.
Yeah, and the lack of real tanks on UCLA's side, it does allow Jin to, I guess, He's gonna have more opportunity to actually do something in these fights. Whereas if UCLA drafted a bit tankier, because I know Maokai's on that. I know they drafted Maokai, but I
Yeah.
think that Maokai is gonna go support, so he's inherently not going to have as much tankiness as if he was going unless he was compared to if he was drafted, say, top lane or jungle.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, yeah, I think what they're trying to do is just protect the president kind of play style.
Okay, we just got word. Long Beach has drafted Victor for their mid lane, so I think that solves a lot of problems for
Yeah.
for Long Beach.
Yeah, I mean Victor does add extra damage as well as his ultimate is going to be really handy, in terms of like the team fight with that AOE. So I think that combined with the Jin R, like, that'll cause a lot of damage as well as kind of just bringing up the damage. So it's just not just Jin like dealing the damage for Long Beach.
Yeah, so I think we're just gonna have to see what happens in game here. It'll be very dependent on whether it's. I think this is once again a very snowbally game because on one hand, for UCLA, if you get that lockdown comp going with the Maokai and the Nefiri, then the Long Beach is as good as dead. But if Long Beach get online with their peel, then Jin's going to become impossible to kill late game.
Yeah, I mean they do have the Maokai. Maokai could just sneak in, probably CC the Jin, and then from there they'll just be over. But we'll have to see how they're gonna protect Jin. We do have the players out here. Everybody does look ready to play.
We're gonna be hopping into this game pretty shortly. So it'll be UCLA versus Long Beach. Get game 1, and we'll be seeing you on the Rift. Welcome back, everybody. Spectator delay has caught up, so we are back on the Rift for game number 1, and I think this draft could honestly just go either way, especially with players at this, especially at this level. So we're gonna have to see. Only time can tell.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, these players are pretty highly skilled. I mean, they did choose traditional champions that are usually played in their respected role. So we'll go ahead and see how they play it out. So game should be loading in shortly. We're just waiting a little bit on the spectator delay, but we'll be right back to the game in a couple minutes, a couple seconds actually.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. She's beauty and she's great. She's
Both mid laners having a little bit of fun in the mid lane emoting. And as you can see that some runes here, interestingly enough. See that Aatrox has actually opted for Grasp instead of the Conquer, or even Electrocute, as a lot of Aatroxes have gone these days. Well, we'll see how that's going to affect him later on.
Not much really going on. I mean, they look like to go kind of drop a few wards, but it looks like no team is committing to essentially kind of throw a little invade.
They get the looks like Long Beach able to get the information that Neferi is going to be starting on Raptors. Ronin going to be going ahead and placing the ward onto the blue buff as well, as now the minions are here. I already see a little bit of aggression coming out from Long Beach. Is this Long Beach?
Yeah, no, UCLA I believe is
Well, in any case, there's always some aggression going with Karma attempting to get the entry Q poke onto this lane. Since Maokai has to wait until around level 2 or 3 to get online and try and get, because twisting advance and obviously Q. You can see that, and Ronin in this matchup is going to get actually was going to fight bottom side. Ignite for heal going to be invested, as Karma is now a bit chunked. And it's a trade. We got a pause.
Game pause.
Game pause here. What? Just excuse us for a moment because just need to see what's going on here. We'll be right back.
It's like someone try to.
Sorry about that. We got a minor. Sorry for the minor pause there. Wasn't actually turned out to be anything that big of a deal. We're just gonna go back to the laning phase here. Oh, as the stream's a bit frozen here.
Bit frozen, yeah.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. Well, I suppose it's to try and make laning phase a little bit more interesting for y'all. The Ezreal Q pokes are gonna come out, as is the Gen Force shots. These Force shots, they do hurt even at a very early level.
I mean, they do have the Maokai. UCLA does have the Maokai to work with, which is essentially like a free CC if you think about it.
Yes.
As long as he just picks the right time to CC, they should be getting positive trades all around for UCLA.
Poppies will be done with her bot clear right around now, as is Neferi with the top clear. I think they're just gonna go for top and bottom river crab effectively. So they're just basically even on both sides. Mel is actually very low, but Neferi is here to try and mitigate get this minor gank. Not gonna get anything out of it except that Mel will get a little bit more breathing to try and play this lane out.
Right. We'll see how Victor can be able to play it out against Mel. Victor is pretty strong, especially early game. He's pretty decent early game, so maybe Mel just has to back here, play it safe, reset.
One thing to be said about Mel is that her skill cooldowns cost a lot of mana pretty early on, so that's what's preventing her from trading with this Victor pretty effectively. Also, just Victor's a stronger character in general, just numbers I agree.
We'll see if Aatrox can kind of get some kills
coming in.
here.
Nice W from Ronin to try and stop the knockup, but the Q3 will hit from Raiden. But Poppy's here with the assist. Has to
Ooh,
force the
flashes.
flash. Poppy also flashes, Ornn also flashes, and that's going to be first blood over to Ronin. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we get another skirmish. Karma gets the tether onto the Maokai, but Jin still has to flash out in order to get to safety.
Ooh.
Maokai still flashes forward, gets the Q up, and it knocks him forward instead of backwards. And the root comes in over from Hammy. Is he going to get the force shot? No, but Twisting advances back up, has to pop the barrier.
Ooh.
Barrier's popped again, and Kraken is going to be able to get that kill onto the Jin. And it's a Johong Jr. is fine, but he's gonna have but it is a kill over to the ADC, and that is bad news for the bot lane.
UCLA and Long Beach both tied with 1 kill on the board. Ornn doing a great job holding off until his Poppy could help and gank. But we're gonna see Poppy does look to go get the Drake here. No contest whatsoever as Nefiri is making her way from the mid lane. It looks like she might be trying to scout out any camps to steal, but I think this generally should be a free drag for Poppy.
Another minor skirmish going on top lane, Ronin chunked a little bit. It looks like it's just gonna be an objective trade because top lane has prio and bot lane had to reset. Poppy just used this opportunity to go ahead and just catch this objective from pretty much for free. And it looks like Maokai is also path top after the reset, just to make sure that there's no contest whatsoever. And it was getting both the ults swimming off. World Ender going to be popped. The self healing is very good from the Aatrox. Fails the Q2, and it looks like both are just gonna
Support
walk
looking
away.
to roam to help out Aatrox here. Not much he can do as he's not level 6. Maokai's not level 6.
No, Q1 though.
But
Yeah,
I think
it's
they're trying to help him out.
That's a solo kill over to this Ornn, but the cavalry's here. The Fury, does she have enough damage? The answer is yes, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 on the top lane trade. But even though they got that kill back, that's a solo kill over to the Ornn.
Right, and I mean, both leaderboard is tied at this point. We'll have to see. We'll have to see. I mean, both teams are playing pretty well during this first few 7 minutes of this laning phase.
And this early Bramble Vest pickup for Ornn is going to be helpful to this self-healing Aatrox, who isn't very online yet because Aatrox's healing scales with how much damage he does as well as his health. So not too much that he can really be done just yet. As you see, the Ezreal is just going to be.
We got a Hex Flash coming in.
Hex Flash coming in from the Maokai. Twisted advance gonna come through. Hammy is ignited. He's shielded in exchange, and because of the fleet footwork, he's able to live and get out.
That's solid engages from UCLA, but it's not enough to kill. Oh,
Another Twisted advance coming in. W misses from Hammy, but he has the ult up. The root comes in. Poppy ult's charged, and Kraken's able to just arcane shift out of the Jin ult to safety. So a lot of skirmishing happening. Not too many kills so far. So it looks like Poppy gonna try and contest this. Going to be forced off of this Gromp. And as they're still trying to continue, UCLA is just in Long Beach's jungle right now. They're trying to deny as many camps from Poppy as possible. Jin potentially looking to rotate, as is the Victor. His lane is pushed in. And Poppy gets the wall stun, gets the double knockup, and the
Jin there to back him up.
root comes in from Jin, but the intangibility from Nefiri manages to get her out in time. Chaos Storm doesn't really do anything as it didn't land a kill.
Big CC by
Big
Mel.
CC, but the Mel gets the CC and the ult's gonna come through and execute the Victor, and that is going to be actually red team, actually Long Beach able to claim defeats of Warfare, as I assume they got another kill on top side. Yeah, that's the Aatrox. Somehow we missed the and into a fight, Ornn manages to solo kill Aatrox again, but that doesn't really I don't think it matters too much, as they managed to actually get another kill bot side.
So far, this is a pretty even match. However, in the gold department, UCLA is leading the amount of gold per team. But we're gonna have to see whether or not they'll be able to capitalize with this gold advantage. I mean, Ornn is pretty up for CSU Long Beach, so he's gonna be kind of a pretty tanky problem, especially for the peel towards the Jhin. But as of right now, there's not really any sign of who's outweighing.
Victor doesn't really have any of his augments or anything like that yet. Jhin gonna try and contest this mid wave. They are swapping, I think, for this next Grubs objective here. Victor gonna try and make sure that this Ezreal can't really do much. But a little scuffle going on at Raptors, although I don't really think much is going to happen since then, as looks like Victor is just gonna get caught by this Maokai again, and so one of the kills gonna go over to Mel. Root comes in from the
second
Jhin,
root
but
by
there's
Mel.
also not much that he can really do about it. The damage isn't online just yet, and the Poppy not able to just interfere with it. True Shot Barrage is gonna hit the Karma. Mel comes in, but doesn't really get to execute it on anybody. And but in any case, it looks like UCLA is just gonna be able to get the grubs for free. But
will Aatrox be able to survive this though? That's the question.
Ping's coming down. I think they're trying to look to gank. They're trying to look to gank Ronin. Maokai forces the flash out of Aatrox. It looks like Twisted Advance gonna come through. Pops the World Ender, tries to stay alive, and looks like Aatrox, and that kill is gonna go to Aatrox, which is good because he needed to be there. Looks like Mel gets the double root off. Double flash forward, and the shutdown's gonna be going over to Hammy, with the fourth shot being deadly. Pretty lore accurate for Jhin. But we're not done yet. I think the Fury, Maokai ult comes through. Nefiri was just trying to get the lunge onto him, but he was under tower range. Maokai gonna look to face check, gets rooted by the Karma, gets rooted by the Jhin. Q's gonna push Poppy back, but I don't think it's any effect. Then Maokai comes in. The Fury goes in, tries to get the assassination
goes down
onto the Jhin, but doesn't work out, but still gets the kill regardless. Root once again comes in from Jhin. He's very low, but the shield's gonna come through. Ezreal is now in the fight. Flashes forward, gets the Q, gets Karma. But Victor's caught once again. Victor's just caught, and the Fury is on a killing spree.
Absolute destruction for UCLA. Delivering all the damage and kills for their team.
Yeah,
and the Fury takes out how many? Like 2 people already, right?
Yeah, this is the problem I was talking about in draft. Without the Victor, even though we didn't know the Victor was drafted at first, I was worried about this. I was worried that Jhin alone didn't have enough damage to get the. Jhin alone doesn't have enough damage. So the Fury is trying to get another engage. The curtain call's gonna come up. Ezreal able to Arcane Shift out to safety, and the fourth shot just gonna tickle Maokai off. And it looks like this game is pretty firmly in. It seems like it's pretty into. Oh, okay, my bad. I actually didn't see that Poppy was able to steal the Ocean Tree. Was a bit too focused on the fight there. That is my bad. But that is actually pretty big over to Long Beach. They're 1 away from Soul Point, and it looks like we got a what soul do we have? Soul do we have here? It's like it's going to.
Turret plating will soon fall.
We'll have to see here if Ornn is able to make it out of this. I mean, Maokai does not have ult.
World Ender's pop, unstoppable for Ornn's pop.
Oh, now he's ult.
But Maokai ults. Can he get the call of the Forge God up? Gets the double knock up. Is he able to walk out in time? I don't know. Is the tower shot's not going to be able to do anything. Victor, once again, caught, and Nefiri, and another kill is just going to go to Nefiri as she is now going on a rampage.
I mean, Nefiri, that champion just in general is just pretty strong once you get her really fed.
Yeah.
Especially early on when she starts to scale up.
It's like Long Beach, licking their wounds a bit, trying to get map control where they can. As the Jin's just going to try and continue to farm. As Kraken's actually just going to engage on this Jin. Land just a couple Mystic shots, but not too much as to actually kill do any meaningful damage. True Shot Barrage doesn't actually hit him, but he does cancel his recall out of fear. It's actually okay, and it turns out it's going to be an Infernal Soul. And this would be very helpful to both. This would be very helpful for both teams. On the side of UCLA, if they get it, they just kill anyone before they can kill them. And on the side of Long Beach, it would help boost their damage pretty significantly.
Long Beach is doing pretty decent though in the Drake department, especially considering the fact that Poppy managed to steal a Drake without us looking.
The problem here is the Furious just seems to be a lot more proactive than Poppy so far, and it also has a pretty massive CS lead. Top is still doing pretty fine, all things considered, but I feel like Aatrox is going to be a problem real pretty soon because he also got a kill that put it back in the game. As once again we get another skirmish. Fails the Q3 here. It looks like the Poppy is going to try and come back up. He's stalling, but the Nefiri is also here to match. The wall stun doesn't come through.
TPs are coming in from both teams.
And Ronin's actually able to kill the Aatrox. The shield's going to come through for Poppy, but it's not enough. Chaos Storm comes through, but it's also Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Karma has to pop the heal to try and get away from the Ezreal, but it's all for naught as the Maokai ult is going to come through, stun the Karma, and Ezreal is going to get a True Shot Barrage onto this Karma and get a second double kill as he locks down the Jhin.
What an absolute play by UCLA. I mean, you see them taking control of every part of the map. You see them taking all the fights at top lane, winning the fights at top lane and moving down to the fights in the bottom lane. Absolutely destroying Cal State Long Beach. Will Long Beach still be able to bounce back from this?
TP coming through from Roden. Is he going to try and look to do something to this Ezreal? Gets the W up, does decent damage. Will he get the knock up? He does, but I don't know if he has the damage to try and get out. Poppy is rotating bot side. Can he get the push? Doesn't really do anything. Actually, that is going to be the Maokai shut down by the Poppy. So all things considered, not that bad of a play from Long Beach, but as Raiden engaging on the Karma, pops the World Ender, but is rooted, pushed, slowed, as Jhin continues to land bullet shots onto him. But this Aatrox is already now a problem. Gets the reset, he also gets the Fury lunges forward, and now he's surrounded on all sides. Poppy, able to get away, has to flash over the wall to safety, but the Fury is also able to go as well. But thanks to the Blast Cone, is able to get out.
Root
comes through from Lel, but the rest of the team is too far to do anything about it.
Jhin does have ultimate, looking to maybe snipe the Aatrox out of the way.
Sidestepping the curtain call, only manages to hit one bullet, and a lot of summoner spells and ults are burned from both sides.
So far, what do you think about this game? What do you think is going on with the players' heads right now?
I think UCLA is proving why they're showing why they're such a strong team. I mean, I don't really want to talk about ranks that much, but they're certainly proof why they're highly able players. Their decision making is on point in this game. And I'm not saying that Long Beach are any slouches. It honestly could be worse. Lockdown onto the Jhin. That is one very dead marksman as the execute comes in from Mel. The Karma is also now very completely shut down. As this team is currently just barreling down.
UCLA just honestly in some kind of flow state as a team, moving into objectives, securing picks, securing kills, and fully utilizing their team's CC capabilities to secure the kills on Cal State Long Beach.
Yeah, this Maokai's target selection has been excellent so far. Being able to start fights pretty seamlessly for the rest of his team. As once again, I think Spud is caught once again. Will Poppy come through? The answer is no. Just a threat, just a channeling threat. But that does mean that Victor is gonna have to try and recall, or at least match this Aatrox to make sure he doesn't do any more damage. To get Ronin on the bottom side, trying to push this wave out against this Mel. And Poppy running down. I think they're gonna try and look to do something against this Mel.
Does reflect.
Has to reflects the pillar, just clears out the wave. Gets the Minotaur gets the root, gets the poke in. Poppy is now down to half HP. As oh boy, the Maokai is gonna come through. Is just looking to hover. I don't think he's gonna try and engage just yet. Just notably his ultimate isn't up, so he can't actually force an engage. And Raiden's gonna actually look to stay as his Aatrox is left alone. Does have world ender if he wants to pop it, but he chooses not to. What is Ronin cooking? What is Ronin crafting for himself? That Ornn passive is very strong. Seems to just be components. No, I think is he building towards the unending despair here?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, I know that item is pretty strong though once you get trapped. So let's see what he does here with the item advantage.
All the Forge God comes through. World Ender as well. Actually misses. I don't know if it's gonna matter.
Poppy as
the Poppy manages to get the stun onto the Orc pillar, and that is gonna be a kill over to the side of Long Beach, and they're gonna get this objective bounty here. But UCLA aren't shaken. They're gonna continue pushing towards mid lane, and that is the tier 2 and that is tier 2 taken down. They also have Grubs as well, and they have a second charge of this Herald, so they just could go further
tower
if they wanted
is getting destroyed as well, as mentioned.
Yeah, Mel is also just continuing to put pressure on. There's not much that this Jhin can do, and they're just gonna continue rotating topside to put more pressure.
As well as stealing more and more jungle objectives for Long Beach. So Long Beach is at quite the gold deficit in comparison to UCLA.
Yeah, currently an 8k gold deficit right now. This is very difficult for Long Beach.
UCLA just playing with pure precision with every move that they make makes it count.
On the flank, manages to knock 2 away, charges at the minion to get out, but Q1 lands on and the snipe from downtown from Kraken locks down the Karma.
What a shot.
And let's see, Otacon is up. And I think this is the team sequence just completely started and deny yet again another objective bounty. And given that both Ornn and Poppy have to reset, I think this is just going to be a free objective for UCLA.
UCLA just, again, doing a great job moving as a team, disrupting the Cal State Long Beach's any side lanes that they have or any ideas that they have to secure an objective. UCLA is just on top to just swoop in and take them out.
I think the saving grace here is that Long Beach still have a Drake advantage. So if they can somehow manage to get these Infernal Drakes online, I think they have a slight chance, because as of right now, I think their damage is still a bit lacking outside of the Jhin. This Victor doesn't really have too many items going for him outside of Roa. And this Jhin also is only sitting on a collector, whereas Ezreal's already done with 2 items and a component in the Last Whisper.
Yeah, I honestly agree.
No.
Oh, we might see a Poppy.
Kyle gonna come in.
Another Poppy channel.
Helicopter gonna be charged. That is a flank from the
Oh, it is reflected though.
But the Mel reflects the Ram, and Ornn has to charge out to safety. Drusha Barrage gonna chunk out the Jhin to hide.
Double stun.
That's a double root. That's an execute, and UCLA just gonna continue playing this front to back. Victor is separated from the team. Poppy manages to get that double grab, but is it gonna be enough? Actually manages to get the Fury down, but UCLA just continue to move as a force. Kraken is just gonna flash forward, get this Karma out. Twisted Advance gonna come through, and that is another kill for UCLA. That's 4 people dead. That's 4 people dead on the side of Long Beach, and I don't know if are they gonna try and end here?
They might actually try to force it here. I mean, they do have grubs.
Jin's up. Jin is up in 1 second. Ornn is up in 8. I don't know if they can. Victor's already almost dead. Gets the
Oh, he
shutdown
got the
onto
snipe.
He actually gets the shutdown onto Ezreal. Fourth shot doesn't get the root. Doesn't get the second root. That is going to be an inhibitor tower down. And some crucial shutdowns are put onto. Oh, actually, Victor
We do see a flank.
Trying to go for the flank here, but does he? He might be a bit far from his team. Can he actually do anything with this? I think Victor has nice movement coming in from Spud. Right, and the
Beautiful
knockup
movement
onto the
by
Aatrox.
Spud, moving
And
around, bobbing
another-
and weaving.
It's another kill for the. That's another kill for this Ornn, who was quietly making sure his team stays in this game.
Ornn zoning off while his team gets the Drake.
Ronan potentially caught, CC'd. Actually, but he's
He is
so
tanky.
he's so tanky. He's just able to walk it off. But blue team steals the Infernal Drake and is going to deny soul points. Can they actually get anything for this? No. Wait, no. Jin manages to get the kill onto the Nefiri. I thought he was safe when he went over the wall. Is minute
Flash,
caught,
perfect
has
flash
to get
by
the
Poppy.
flash. Not doesn't get the root, but is locked up, and that's
Oh.
another shutdown going over to the weight of Ornn. Now Ezreal is here. Can he land the skill shots to make sure that this team isn't at a loss? Arcane shifts forward, gets the Q in, but it only hits the Poppy, who by this point is still relatively tanky. TP coming in from this Aatrox, but he gets stunned
Big TP, but stunned.
onto the dead turret. And he's very slow. Can't actually hit any of his Qs, and he's already chunked just moments after TPing in.
UCLA quite a little sloppy. They're trying to find ways to kill the enemy, but they can't let that really get to their head, as Long Beach still has this potentially comeback for them.
Yeah.
You did see them with the engages earlier. They were doing quite well, despite them being down by 5,000 gold.
But that said, Long Beach can't afford to rest just yet. They have to take it. They have to do something about this Baron. Shot Barrage is going to barrel down mid lane. Not going to hit anybody, but instead just going to chunk the next minion wave. Maokai sweeping the area. Also has to make sure that the Baron doesn't go to Long Beach, because if it does, it could just very well put them back into this game.
I mean, this is such a great game, guys. If you guys noticed, both of these teams are quite highly skilled. Honestly, gonna have to be whoever makes the least mistakes that'll be crucial to them winning the game. Looks like UCLA wants to get this Baron.
Yeah,
right
looks like
here.
they're just gonna have to start. They're just gonna force the issue here. Victor is here. He's gonna try and mark. It. Will Poppy be there in time? I don't think they will. It's a free smite over for. It's a free smite from UCLA. They're just gonna walk away with the Baron completely scot-free.
See what UCLA has in store for us with this Baron buff. Looks like they're gonna start trying to get some more lanes pushed out as Aatrox makes his way down to the bot lane.
Shock Barrage going to interrupt Jin's recall here, and this Ezreal is still so strong. There's the Cyrildas, and he's an entire item up ahead against his lane counterpart here. Maokai also in a similar position. Very 1-1-11, and that should tell you a lot about how proactive that this support is.
Go ahead and see how UCLA takes their reset into work here. Again, looks like they're gonna be doing some kind of plays where they're gonna be splitting bot lane with the Aatrox while they're adding pressure to the mid lane. We'll see how Long Beach has in their playbook to defend from this.
Looks like they're just gonna try and push towards this bot tier 2. Double knockup coming in from this Ornn. All the Forge got not gonna hit anything.
Mel was looking
in
earlier to hop in the fight, but she looks like she's gonna continue to push top with the Baron buff.
And this Mel being here is a bit of, as Mel splitting top creates a continuous weak point for Long Beach, and this is the problem with being behind. You're once you know
Mel
that
is just knocking down the top turret.
and it gets the double. That's a triple knockup from the Poppy, but is it enough? Chaos Storm Chaos Storm
Mel
gonna
TPing
go.
back.
Doesn't get any kills. This Aatrox is so tanky. That's another double knockup from this Ornn. Can the force shot do anything?
Mel with the double
and,
stun.
And the Mel gets the double stun. He gets the kill onto this Karma. So many low health bars, and this Ornn doesn't able to get the kill. And looks like the Fury is just gonna lunge forward. Is just gonna get the reset, and that is a
That looks to be a
ace
GG.
from UCLA, and thanks to Mel's efforts in pushing out the top side, they're just gonna end this game altogether.
Wow, what a game by UCLA.
It's like,
Looks like we need to take out.
yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Spectator bugged a little bit, but that is a pretty clean win from UCLA, and that is going to be game 1 going to them.
What did you think about that game?
I think UCLA have just shown that they're a very good team. They knew how to play the map really well. I want to give a special. I want to especially shout out their support and their jungler for because they were very ahead of the plays, and it looks like they were just able to get to objectives, get to ganks and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Completely on top.
I agree. I mean, they were literally all over the place. Like there was like as you said earlier, the stats that we saw, they were like 1-1-11. So that just proves to you how much more proactive they are. Just UCLA in general, just moving around the map, snagging objectives and snagging any free pieces that they see on the chessboard.
Yeah, so I think a continuous problem was just that Long Beach just had no damage. I don't think the Victor wasn't very online even by the end of the game. So that Chaos Storm unfortunately wasn't able to do too much, and the Jhin, while actually doing serviceable amounts, while being serviceable, what is he supposed to do against that front line?
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, and like UCLA, just the discipline of just holding when to TP, when not to TP was also another big benefactor, as we saw with the Mel.
100%.
So, pretty good game from both teams, but UCLA takes the win for our first game.
Yeah, it's gonna be. So we're gonna just take a small break until draft and game 2 begins. So we'll be right back.
That was close. That was crazy.
Jinx, Jinx Quirky. Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. We are now getting into the draft for the second game, where hopefully, where Long Beach, being on blue side, are going to be able to find more advantages than last time. So the same bans are pretty much coming through from both sides. We got the Elise Jinx Pantheon ban for Long Beach, and we have Hecarim Corki for UCLA. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw the same. There's the Echo ban. I think they're scared of the Echo from from the SDSU series, so understandable there. Let's see what they're gonna opt to try and pick for this one. They're gonna go for the Gwen. And this is something that I have been anticipating pretty much the entire day. Gwen is a very strong champion right now. Even after eating a couple of nerfs, she's still possibly the best top laner as of right now.
Yeah, I honestly I agree. But we'll see what UCLA has to fire back after that pretty solid pick by Long Beach.
I go Rek'Sai's interesting choice here. A very mobile jungler thanks to all the tunnel systems. And given that UCLA seems to be a very gank-heavy, skirmish-heavy team, I think Rek'Sai is right up their alley.
Yeah, I totally agree. We'll see what else they got. I mean, Rek'Sai is a pretty solid champ, especially with the tunneling system. Oh, a Varus pick. Okay.
Okay, just gonna they will blind Varus. And the with the Jhin and the Ezreal out, that's a lot. There's not too much. The ADC pool will just continue to get pinched each round. So we'll see if they want to opt for. There's the Kaisa, which is a pretty standard response to the burst. The question is, they're just gonna go for the
Kaisa and Rel.
Right, they're just gonna go for the Rel immediately. I think UCLA have an Alistar angle right here. It'll be good against the Rel specifically.
Oh yeah, I agree. The Alistar is a pretty well-rounded champ, especially with his ultimate having to be able to negate any kind of CC that's on him. Especially in combination with the Varus. Oh, we got a Braum. That's a similar pick to Alistar. Actually, I think Braum and Varus is pretty solid.
Yeah, I think Braum might actually be better here because Rek'Sai is already a pretty dive-heavy champion. If they can get the CC layered alongside the Braum passive,
right.
I think it's more effective. Might be more effective than definitely more effective than Alistar here as well. Kaisa is a pretty interesting character. Can opt to auto, but also can opt to poke with the W and Q. So I think Braum might be a higher value pick here.
UCLA with the Hui ban, possibly because of the devastation of the Hui from the last game. We'll see what Long Beach has to fire back after that pretty decent ban.
This mid lane pool continuing to get pinched here. There's the Yone coming in from Long Beach as well. Again, standard bans. I think they also banned Yone in the SDSU series as well as last game. They continue content with keeping that ban for everyone here.
Let's see what they have as their final ban. UCLA will elect Silas. I was thinking about them banning Silas.
Silas into... I don't know. Silas... It depends on what they pick. The ults here so far aren't that incredible to steal, in my opinion. But with that said, let's see what they go for. I'm actually expecting not a top lane ban, but perhaps another jungle ban here. There's been a suspicious lack of jungler bans outside of Hecarim here. They're gonna go for the Zoe here, which is which again isn't really surprising. She's very strong on this current patch here. And let's see,
We do see an Ari pick though.
Yeah, skipping those, not skipping a beat. They're just gonna take the Ari, and with the Silas gone, and that must be why they banned out the Silas.
You know, I just realized that UCLA used their first ban. They didn't. I don't think they used their first ban.
Oh no, that's just. Oh no, I think that was when they didn't pick the victor.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Never mind.
So looks like they're gonna go. Ooh, okay. They're gonna take the Azir here. So like I said, Azir, of course, no surprise, very staple champion in a in a coordinated setting. That ult, especially against a mobile champion, and a mobile champion like Varus, can be very helpful. Can be very helpful, as well as just has a lot of zoning potential against these. I mean, these champions aren't that long range. Ari has a pretty specific range, and
We do
the
see an
last
Urgot.
one they're gonna go for the Urgot. So is this Gwen Jungle? So this is Gwen Jungle, as it turns out, not Gwen Top.
Very interesting for Long Beach here. Gwen Jungle is pretty solid, in my opinion. But let's see what UCLA chooses to elect for their top laner. They do choose Renekton here. Renekton is, I believe Renekton wins against Urgot, if I'm not mistaken.
Renekton's just a pretty solid champ here. Good front line, good AD, good stat check. Good stat checker got, dueler got in particular. So with that being the final final pick locked, excuse me, we're going to transition over to game number 2 in just a moment.
So far, what do you think about the draft so far from both teams?
Hard to say. I think bot lane is going to be a struggle for Long Beach because because of Varus. I assume Varus is just going to be going poke here. There's not much that Long Beach can do against. There's not much Long Beach can do against that, in my opinion. But I think mid's going to be pretty contested. Mid's going to come down to a skill matchup because Azir Ahri is just pretty standard. Same thing for top. Same thing for top lane. It's just I feel like top lane we're going to see a lot of.
We're gonna definitely see a lot of that. But honestly, it is the series is 0 for Long Beach, 1 for UCLA. It could change. We could be going to game 3 here for the finals. But we'll catch you guys later until the next until we start the game. So stay tuned for the final of this match.
I'll see you in a bit. Hello. Welcome back. We are now getting in. You're now getting into game number 2 of UCLA versus CSULB. And let's just get into the game, shall we?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Alright. So I think the win condition here for
30 seconds.
I think the win condition for each team here is just I think Long Beach has a better team fight in my opinion. It has a better team fight, but the UCLA probably has a stronger bot lane.
Yeah, I agree. UCLA also does have a lot to offer when it comes to map pressure, especially with the use of Rek'Sai and also Ahri. So those two could easily turn and change the fight quickly as possible, just because they're able to just get around the map quickly. But we'll see what happens. Honestly, I think I do agree that CSULB does have a pretty solid win condition, especially with that Azir pick. But we'll have to see against Ahri, which is pretty slippery to fight against.
Dependent on the front to back comes through for Long Beach. So let's do this. Ahri versus Azir, very mobile mage versus very safe mage. Once the soldiers, get online, and the terrorist will probably be a bit of a problem in laning phase and in the mid game. But if Kaisa is able to get enough items, I think we should just scale.
Right. Let's just see. I mean, I do really like Long Beach's picks here with the Kaisa and Rel combo. I think that's a pretty solid bot lane duo. Just like that, you just see like, oh.
Shattering Strike is gonna go wide. It doesn't particularly matter. The trade still comes out in favor of Long Beach, but the Crash Gun's actually gonna come through as well. This Rel is playing very aggressively, and in case you haven't noticed, it turns out that Spud has transitioned from mid lane to the bot lane. So let's see how this change works out for Long Beach.
Rek'Sai making his way through Tri-Bush. Maybe he can secure a quick little flank onto this. Yeah, he got no vision on that.
Yeah, Rek'Sai is looping around. There's the tunnel.
Ooh.
Instant flash knockup onto Kaisa. Has to pop the barrier. Shattering Strike and a stun, but can they get the dive off? The answer is no, actually. The tower is way too strong, and Kaisa just barely escapes. And meanwhile, as you can see here on the top side, this Urgot has chunked this Renekton pretty hard and is currently slow pushing this wave, forcing Renekton to hit him. Norses out the flash from the Renekton as well, and that is a winning matchup against this. That is a winning top matchup so far.
Honestly, not that bad for CSU Long Beach, as Rel still does have access to an Ignite, which he can use. Braum did use the heal, so that should give them an opportunity to kill in the bot lane.
Yeah, both flash heal invested from the Braum. No summoners invested from Rek'Sai, and Varus at the flash. The Kaisa also have to force both summoners out, so that's not particularly good for Long Beach. There's Dirty Rat, and it just get rid of the Raptor's ward here. But both junglers currently are currently marked right now. Both teams have to play very carefully. Both stone crabs to be taken effectively. The Kaisa W.
Rel looking maybe to Hex Splash in.
Shield's gonna be used, expecting a preemptive poke. Rel's charging forward. Currently gets the Shattering Strike off. Doesn't manage to get any follow-up off of it. And there's actually a minor CS advantage coming through from Kaisa here. Renekton's having a bit of trouble dealing with this as the wave is slowly pushing, actually just pushing into this Urgot, allowing him to just use it and deny some XP. so far a pretty quiet early game, especially compared to last time.
Rel looking to maybe get a quick stun and knock up on this Braum. I mean, she's playing quite aggressive. The ward did just disappear. She still has access to Hex Flash.
And as Echoes tries to go for the shuffle here, forces Minotaur to burn the flash as he doesn't have 6 yet. Marked, Kai'Sa's marked. The ward in the bush makes it so that but the bush is warded. Isn't warded, making so that the auto can't go off and use the mark. And the spot lane is playing very aggressive, which is probably the correct move to do against an otherwise pretty difficult matchup.
Rek'Sai making his way towards the Drake bot. He does have a lot of bot prio here, as Kai'Sa and Rel are pushed up tremendously. But we're gonna see if I think this is honestly just a free Drake for Rek'Sai. UCLA just snagging a free Drake, Hextech Drake once again.
Yeah, so long as this wave is just continuing to push, I think they just have bot prio for this. Kai'Sa's Spud has no choice but to just catch the wave here.
Gwen is making her way, maybe to possibly check, but I believe that is long gone by the time that she does eventually get there.
A good poke coming in from Kraken here.
Rek'Sai looking to
pretty
dive.
Low. Could potentially go for the dive. There are 4 people down here. Meanwhile, as he pans to the top side, Urgot is continuing to just duel this Renekton. Threat of a dive imminent. No 6 for Kai'Sa yet. Doesn't have
Braum
that
goes in.
plasma shield. Gets the charm onto the Rel. Has to crash down, but the Gwen's here. Manages to get the first blood, but both bot laners are dead. But Azir is now here. Let's just shuffle. Gwen ult continues to chunk out this Rek'Sai, and that does get the kill. I saw an execute in there as well, but I don't know who it got to.
Absolute solid outplay by CSU LV. Successfully defending their bot, successfully turning the possibility of 4-0 to 2-2, which is honestly not that bad. However, for UCLA, and honestly, I think they rushed it a little bit for that dive right there.
Yeah, that dive could have been executed a bit cleaner. I think they knew Kai'Sa didn't have that many some stuff, but the Rel did a great job of neutralizing the dive. The crash down was timed very well. As a little scuffle going on here, as both teams are trying to get control of this, top river for the Void Grubs.
Oh, that went to red
Tries to
team.
steal the Scuttle Crab unsuccessfully, and it looks like this is going to be another objective going freely over to CLA.
I mean, it looks like a lane swap is going on with Ari going bot lane, Varus switching up with the mid lane. I don't know how long this will last. I think he's coming back down.
Renekton trying to mark the Gwen here, preventing her from taking this blue buff, and it's going to be successful as the Rek'Sai is also just going to come down, and they're going to secure this blue buff for free pretty much, and able to put some extra vision down onto their jungle as well, making this continuously difficult for Rat. And Charm is going to go wide against the Rel. There's nothing really she can do, so instead, Ari's just gonna opt to push around river. Missing things coming down. They know she's
CSU
not
Long
there.
Beach having a solid momentum as to when they were last game. Let's see if they'll be able to continue this pace as the match progresses.
Oh. And it seems. I think Ari is going to look to try and just catch this wave. Wait, hang on a second. Skirmish, one new one onto the top side. This Renekton is currently very strong and managed to get the solo kill onto this Urgot, and that is going to be feats of warfare claimed for UCLA.
Absolutely worth it for UCLA to take that fight right there, just to essentially ensure that they finally get the complete defeat. Now that's left is that I think they just gotta take out another tower.
This play gold going over to Renekton. He's going to be a pretty big menace. A menace early, mid game. Sorry. Actually, we do see that the Rel has 6 advantage. Brown does not have 6. If if there were people down there.
It looks like Rek'Sai is trying to set up a gank with his team, but just decides to go back as
Yeah, the 6. Yeah, Rel has ult advantage, but now had ult advantage. Now Brown's online, but it's just. However, this vision game is pretty suffocating for Gwen, given that her blue buff is still warded. She is going to get spotted once again, but just get the scuttle crap regardless. And just gonna move back around where Ahri was just shuffled.
Oh.
Has the flash and ult over the wall. Urgot ult goes wide. Not able to get the execute as of now, but that is going to be flash and ult invested from the mid laner of UCLA. And it looks like they're going to try and regain Cryo once more. Meanwhile, over here, Renekton tries to go for the 1v1 again, but this time Gwen's here to follow up. A nice toss back over ensures that Gwen's able to secure a kill, and now she's on a killing spree. Meanwhile, Rel's able to crash down from behind, but doesn't really get anything more than that onto Varus, and the poke ensures that Kaisa isn't able to follow up.
So far, pretty solid match right now. I mean, both UCLA and Long Beach are securing kills on the board. Gold numbers are even right now. Let's see if they'll be able to push up the top lane while UCLA takes out the bottom. While UCLA takes out the Drake.
This poke Varus is putting in work. Look how low Spud currently is just from a couple of arrows. That's going to make sure that especially knowing that Udongo is on top side, that just means a free objective for red team, for UCLA here, as Raiden pops the Dominus, tries to go for it, gets the charm, and the charm hits the Urgot, and manages to get the kill. And once again, and Ahri also just gets the shutdown.
Beautiful
as well.
roam by Ahri, quickly finding her way to the top to help assist the Renekton, securing, I believe, it was a double kill.
Yeah, the going for the full top tower there was very greedy from Long Beach, and because of that they weren't able to deal with the Renekton.
I mean, the amount of wards that are on the map just truly shows like UCLA's dedication to kind of just get as much vision as they can on the team, which is why, honestly, that's what I think is the big contributor to why they're securing all the Drakes and the objectives. It's just the fact that they prioritize vision all around the map.
Yeah, it looks like very scarily, UCLA is just going to be able to claim 6 grubs, and with the Renekton on their team, that split push is now going to be a big threat that Long Beach are going to have to play around.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, this split pushing is gonna be kind of like the big issue, as well as also, not to mention, just the damage that Varus even puts out.
Oh, hold on. Pings are coming down. They don't spot him. They see him now. He's gonna be in the alcove. Magnet Storm is going to be popped, but she can't get over the wall. I don't think it necessarily matters though, as the shutdown is going to go over to Spud, and but that's 2 ults invested from the Long Beach there, just for that singular kill. Thankfully, I don't think that any objectives are going to be up anytime soon though, so it's a pretty worthwhile one. Dominus will be popped, gets the stun, and that is a very dead Urgot as this Renekton just continues to stat check.
This looks like to be a free tower for Renekton as well, alongside with the grubs.
Yeah, it makes sense that Renekton's able to do this much damage. Has already completed the Eclipse here, whereas Urgot's still sitting on a pickaxe, a Kindle Gem, and a Bramble Vest. And the plated steel caps coming through as well just means that Renekton's able to take even more damage, making him more annoying for Urgot to deal with. See that Rel's hovering mid lane. Charm goes wide from Minotaur. Not be able to get anything from that. And it looks like Long Beach are just very wary of being in their own jungle right now. They know people are there. It's just a matter of when, as the Browmo comes through, that is a stun to Urgot and flips over. Is he actually dead? He's actually living for far longer than I imagined. but the Rel is still stunned for years. Magnet Storm's gonna come through, but it's not gonna hit anybody.
Holy
Big and massive
giant
arrow
Q.
into Charm, into Ari, into Ariels is going to kill, and Kai'Sa's forced to flash just to make sure that she doesn't get killed there. Gwen gets charmed, but not much is going to come through, and it looks like, and it's a very one fight for CLA as the biggest winner of this is the Renekton, who's just going to continue pushing down topside.
Right, I mean, that's honestly like another tower gone for CSULB. UCLA just absolutely taking advantage of the six grubs that were secured by the jungler, and just honestly just punishing punishing the CSULB. Let's see if Renekton can actually get out of this.
Now smited, slowed, TP.
He just decides to go back in as his teammate
from the Ari, but it might be a bit late.
Oh!
And Ronan is able to get the execute. Ari having no ult, no flash, has to get out of here, and the Azir is now pushing forward a bit. Gets the shuffle. Oh wait, no, I might mistake. Still had flash, but the Kai'Sa ult now comes through, and that's a big shutdown over to Spud. And can they get anything more? However, as the Rel is just looking for an engage. Braum's here, however, they might have to be forced off of top lane. But the tunnel system's coming through. Azir has to flash.
Oh my, what damage from
flash! But Rat does so much damage now, and the Urgot TPing just to make sure they're safe, as they're able to get away with the 2 for nothing.
UCLA now left to defend this top tower. Let's see if they're able to hold it off until minions arrive. Renekton just side laning as if nothing is bothering him.
Yeah, I mean, this Renekton not present in that team fight whatsoever, but I think it's still pretty much the correct play, continuing to put pressure on the map as they now have to match mid. They can't really do anything. They actually can't really do too much off of that team fight win at the top here, except for maybe get this Drake. But Ari is coming down here, looking for the flank, as is the Renekton. Ren pops the ult, pops the W, has to dash over the wall to get it to safety. And Rel Hex flashes over the wall to make sure that they can't get an easy win. But Rat not being able to do any, Rat having invested the dash just means that Rek'Sai is able to secure the dragon. That is sole point for UCLA.
I mean, UCLA is just, I'm just saying, like, they're just really quick to get to the objectives.
Yeah, it seemed, and Azir having to hit the Drake from over the wall while Gwen was in the pit was just very risky, considering that there was no follow-up against, there was no follow-up to protect Gwen, just in case, you know, that flank happens.
Right.
Looks like this mid-tier one might finally go down. 6 grubs just means that they're able to shred this, as the flash invested from the Renekton forces the ult out of Azir, but that doesn't particularly matter, as Gwen's able to come in and secure the kill.
UCLA does take out mid tower while Rek'Sai is taking out the Rift Herald here. So we'll see if what he has planned for that Rift Herald. Maybe just a continuous push, maybe top side. Maybe break the tower bottom side.
There's no TPs left on the side of Long Beach. They can't contest the Rift Herald even if they wanted to. So just means another objective goes over to them, and although a bit closer than last time, it's still a 3k gold lead for UCLA. Magnet Storm not gonna hit, but Rel flashes forward. Gwen ult invested. They're actually shredding the Braum really hard. Locket comes through. The Gwen CC, there's no W, and that's just gonna be a dead. He's dead. Ronan also trapped, knocked up, and stunned as well, and that ensures 2 kills for UCLA. Minotaur trying to get something here, but the Azir turret prevents anything from happening, and Long Beach able to get away, but just barely.
Honestly, I guess Renekton is just gonna go ahead and just keep pushing. I mean, no one's really gonna go ahead and run towards him to match him. Looks like he's gonna try to take this turret and just kind of push it. Oh, never mind.
Like, Rel is able to just keep that wave in place. Hopefully someone else can collect it later. But now the threats on side lane are getting more and more apparent. Minotaur
I
is
mean,
now
just look at the
pushing
vision on the
side.
map. Like UCLA, like they're probably gonna start setting up for Atacon at this point with all the tunnel
Oh,
systems.
hold on a second. Charm, Chaisa's charm, very chunked. But I've seen this one before. Can Rat manage to catch up to the Ari? And wow, that is a very dead fox. That is. And meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, this Renekton is massive and is just able to get 2 kills against the Urgot and the Rel. Good response from UCLA to make sure that that top lane didn't go anywhere. And now they're paying mid lane. I think they just want to continue pushing.
Long Beach does have gold bounty for turrets, so they should quickly snag a couple dollars up top, but they got to do it fast to back quickly, as UCLA might want to try to take inhib here.
Yeah, this Edge of
Middle
Night
inhib.
on Vars prevents a lot happening against, so it's a lot of this, it's one-hit single target CC, right? You got the Azir Shuffle, you got the Rel Q. It's got Edge of Night is great value into this specific comp.
Yeah, I agree. So far, Long Beach still hasn't been able to snag any turrets of their own except for top turret, which is honestly not bad, because the fact that they could just still get a gold bounty from the turret.
Yeah, there's a lot of standing gold on the map still. Can they get it in time before objective bounties fall off? Rek'Sai is gonna opt to recall. This is
UCLA looks hungry for that Atacon though. I see that's why they're trying to position Renekton around there to continue the push, to give them an advantage to start taking the Atacon.
here. Ari's just continue pushing on this side. Brown's gonna clear out vision. Has the upgraded Mercury treads, so is able to get a small magic shield. Takes basically no damage against the poke. So it's like, and ice. Looks like they're going to try and engage on this Brown potentially. So this fight's a bit split. TP coming in from
Renekton ready to join the fight though.
Marking the Renekton on the flank. But this front to back is really scary from UCLA. If they
Ari
engage,
comes back from the rear.
Kind of die. Ari is going to TP just to make sure they're safe, and it looks like Long Beach are gonna try and secure this dragon. Ari actually ults in onto this Rel, and Rel dies before the Magnustorm is able to even pop off. And this a three-man knockup from this Azir is good, but it also just doesn't really do much. And all of a sudden, Kai'Sa's the only one alive on her team.
What do you think so far? Do you think that this is GG's right here?
I don't know if it's G. I think it might be GG's, but unless Rel and Kai'Sa are able to clear. Oh no, I forgot they had the Rift Herald. I think it actually might be game here. They have 6 grubs. They're just gonna go for it. Kai'Sa has to flash into the fountain to make sure she doesn't get killed.
just has to hold on to the string.
And
this might be it. The Rift Herald misses.
Magnet Storm comes through.
Not unless they're able to hold. Renekton just smacking the turret like no one's bothering him.
And that is a 23-28 win for UCLA. What a dominant victory. Great use of the Rift Herald at the end there. I didn't expect... I had some apprehensive thoughts. Like, I didn't think... I was like, okay, maybe this game, isn't completely over. Maybe they'll get an inhibitor. Maybe they'll get the Nexus turrets and leave. But then they dropped the Rift Herald, and I was like, oh, wow. Wow, that's incredible. This game is over. So, what a swift 2-0 coming in from UCLA. And that it will be that series for today. We still got I think we still have a couple more... I think we still have a couple more after this, so stay tuned for that. But for now, that'll be it. We're gonna go to a short break, so in the meantime, just relax a bit. We'll be right back. AJ, 23-minute win.
Crazy.
Hello, welcome everybody. We're back, and due to some technical stuff, we are now drafting through the in-game client instead of the website. But this is going to be a best of one regardless. So hopefully we hope this change isn't that jarring. So as you can see, Gwen, Lilia already banned. That's what the heck. That's what the heck, Grim. Wouldn't be surprised if we see a Jinx ban somewhere here from either team. That seems to be the likely play. Fury coming through.
Yeah, no, the Fury ban. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the same. They probably saw that the amount of damage that Nefiri did, so they want to get that out of the way. Not quite sure about the Lilia ban. Honestly, I think Lilia's she's alright. But in my opinion, she doesn't really pose that big of a threat compared to some other champions in the jungle.
The Poppy ban, once again, not particularly surprised. And I am waiting on more common bans here, thinking like maybe the Yorick this time, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just double down and just go with the Jinx. That seems to be the likely one. Yeah, it is.
What's the worst that could happen?
So SDSU Black will be on the blue side for this game. They're gonna take the Skarner first.
Okay.
Very interesting. I think Skarner is still a pretty strong champ. Obviously no longer as strong as he used to be. Still pretty nice regardless. It looks like they're hovering a couple of picks. The Heimer, the Belveth. Will they actually just go with the Heimerdinger here? I feel it's a best of one. I feel like they could just send it, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, Heimerdinger is actually pretty solid. Oh, they actually do lock it in. Okay. Yeah. Again, this is a best of one series, so they could honestly try to pick champs that just close it out immediately.
Yeah. So, for example, what are they gonna pick here? Obviously, Heimer jungle isn't really a thing, so they might just match jungle. They might just match it here, and oh, actually, they're gonna go with the Vayne. Very interesting pick.
See what SDSU Black fires back with after that Vayne pick.
I think
from,
Vayne's
Long
good
Beach
here, especially because Vayne's going to be good into the Skarner here, who opts to stack health as much as possible.
Right. We'll go ahead and see what he picks.
Yeah. Vayne is...
Victor, okay.
Again, not bad. Looks like they're going to go for ADC here. A lot of scrolling through all the different options.
Honestly, I think he might go for, you might see maybe a Jhin.
Jhin doesn't sound too bad here, especially against a pretty short-ranged ADC like Vayne, and can easily outpoke against time.
Let's see what kind of tanks are they gonna bring. Oh, we got a Gnosis pick. Okay, I mean that would make sense because they're generally best of one series. As long as Gnosis can scale, they can easily close this one out right here.
Yeah, Nasus is going to be very helpful into this Jhin pick. I feel it's very
Long Beach with a quite the scaly kind of team comp right now.
Yeah, Vayne needs time, Nasus needs time. But although Nasus, honestly, yeah, there's the Yorick like I mentioned earlier. I don't want a repeat of that one game that they had where he was an absolute side lane menace. With the Tristana, obviously. And Jin's not nearly as much of a tower-taking threat, but obviously not pretty respectable. There's a Lulu ban, which is good because there's a Lulu ban, which is helpful, because champions like Skarner don't want to get polymorphed and instantly die. So there's last ban gonna come through from Long Beach here. Let's see what they go for.
Elise, okay.
Just gonna go back to the tried method, tried Elise.
Quite an interesting choice to ban.
Now let's see what SDSU have, and we can get into the last 4 picks of the series. And the Yuumi,
okay,
which I think it's a bit strange, but given that Vayne would be unkillable if Yuumi was there, I don't disagree. But
Let's see what he's gonna match with the Vayne. Honestly, a
And
engage would be pretty solid with the Vayne.
I think Vayne would benefit from a lane heavy champion, and Milio is that, to
Milio
be
is pretty
fair. Milio doesn't really need time to be useful, unlike so that will help balance up the lane a bit. So we'll then see what Dylan has to pick next for his team. I think might just say screw it and pick support, right? Just go for
Honestly, yeah.
something. Actually,
Well, I guess I'm gonna go
Bel'Veth.
Bel'Veth.
is this going to be Skarner top then? Might be, right?
Yeah, honestly, it might be. But we'll see what Signify does choose to pick.
And scrolling through, these are his top lane options, I assume. So there's somewhat of a lack of front line, but just gonna lock in the Aurelia instead. It seems like, or
Oh, Mordekaiser, okay.
might be a better, honestly.
Now let's
Can
see what Long Beach.
can isolate targets pretty well. Isolating the Vayne.
The Vayne definitely, yeah.
Heimer from the fight can easily turn it. And we saw that Sherm is very, very comfortable in this Mordekaiser pick and proved to show its usefulness in the last series that they played against each other.
100%, especially playing against Vayne. You know, Vayne is a pretty large threat.
It's gonna be the Aatrox to match. And I don't know. The main issue that I think SDSU are gonna have is that Vayne can just pretty freely kite Mord Skarner if they don't use their tools correctly.
Yeah, I agree, especially with the help of Emilio to kind of bounce them off of Vayne. And in addition to Vayne's role, she could easily just evade like attacks from Bel'Veth, Skarner, and honestly, even probably roll away from like Mordekaiser too. I mean, there's a lot that could happen in this game. So far, I'm kind of favoring Long Beach's team, just as I feel like they kind of have like the scaling capabilities, but SDSU does have a pretty good like team to kind of lock down those kind of scalers.
Oh, I was wrong both times. It's actually Skarner supports. I guess. I mean, we saw Yorick support last time. I shouldn't be too surprised, to be honest. But let's see. Oh, and now that we have to wait for the spectator delay, we'll be back shortly. Welcome back on the Rift for last time today, and this best of one between SDSU and California State University Long Beach. And very interesting comps drafted this time, particularly with the Skarner support, not something you see every day. Same with the Vayne, which we also don't see, and the Hyper Junk. I feel like since this is the best of one, both teams just want to cook with their picks, which I completely understand.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Melio pick was I actually really liked the Melio pick. I feel like Melio is such a underutilized support, just in general. Just the fact that Melio can just easily kind of kick off a target off of your damage dealer is actually pretty useful in terms of this kind of play, especially if you're playing in like a very team-oriented team. So we'll be able to see what both teams have to cook up for us.
And that early ward is going to spot Victor. It's going to spot the Victor. But they're going to get much off of that. Plus, I don't know the logistics of Heimer jungle. I assume he just wants to farm as much as possible because he has the turrets.
Yeah, his turrets are pretty deadly when it comes to like the bigger objectives. Like it actually literally shreds stuff like dragons. I'm not sure about Atacons, but I do remember that it's pretty viable he's pretty viable in the jungle.
Are getting going. Mid matchup, Victor against Nasus. Nasus, so yeah, this is kind of the problem with Nasus so far. Just kind of gets, because he's a very simple champion and has to like, since he is melee, he needs to get in, and which allows Victor to just do this thing of just poking out the mid laner.
Right. In general, he just essentially just doesn't have quite the range as compared to Victor. Well, we'll see. I mean, Nasus is a scaling champ. He does get stronger later throughout the game. But we'll see. Nothing much so far has been happening. Just small trades between lane and the...
on the other side of the ball. On the other side, however, big trades already coming in for SDSU. Vayne already at half health. The Melio giving the thumbs up. Because this is pretty bad for them. They did just hit level 2. But getting level 2 now is not particularly ideal. Let's see the Skarner support right now. All his job is to just throw rocks and slow people, which is doing a pretty good job at it, to be fair. I think they're just going to be able to push this wave out thanks to the bouncing bullets. And it looks like Heimer jungle is just going to get this gank in, and that's going to be an easy first blood for Long Beach.
Yeah, I mean Heimer support is actually kind of Heimer jungle is really not really like a force to be reckoned with. I mean, he's pretty solid all around. I mean, the turrets do so much damage. Especially once he hits 6, the big turret really does a lot of the heavy hitting.
Root's gonna hit. Are they gonna
try
and
a possible
force
kill
this?
for
He is.
SDSU.
He gets the wall stun. Forced to burn flash and barrier, but can they continue this dive? I highly doubt it, as the turret's now been basically completely ramped. Velveth is bot side, can actually cover in case the Heimer jungle wants to try something. His Ronan wants to try something, but at the same time he is pretty chunked. He's forced to take a reset. Spot lane isn't really going very well for Long Beach.
Go ahead and see what SDSU wants to do here with that Vayne recalling. I don't know if they want to go for the dive or just let her be. I mean, Vayne does have to stay to catch the wave.
Small trade coming in. Small trade from the Nasus and the Victor. That's not really consequential. Not really that consequential. Let's see.
But Belvet's still kind of looking. Oh!
Does he get the?
Did she steal it? Yeah, she did steal Smite.
That's the Grom. Pretty big considering it's early game. Yeah, the pretty good early game. Now it's actually a level up against this Heimer, and I feel like that's also a problem with the Heimer jungle. Very prone to invades. Not very good at contesting as. I don't know how Dylan got very low, but there's the flash. There's the flash drive by, gets the stun. No flash or barrier, and that's going to be a kill over to the Skarner. Milio, can he get out? Has no mana, but is able to level up. The barrier
does
able
barrier.
to mitigate, the damage. Very useful use of barrier by Dylan here. That is going to be a pretty free kill for the bot lane, as Titus over here pushes a pretty big wave into Nasus. I think it's a pretty good reset angle. Same with Sherm here. Tries a couple unsuccessful pulls. Doesn't really want to force that much, as the Aatrox not gonna hit the Q3 sweet spot. I think that would have been death.
Yeah, 100%. Especially Heimerdinger even roaming up as well. That would have for sure been death. But I think luckily Mordekaiser is able to just escape here. Reset, catch his next wave.
Victor opting to not reset and instead push up the more waves out. It actually does hit 6 first, which is pretty important for later team fights. And it just shows that he is winning this lane pretty handily, I feel. A couple early objectives spawned up. Ronan is gonna go ahead and start the grubs up while top still has prio. Support's also roaming up to try and cover for this play, and mid lane's also just gonna get pushed. Oh no, I think it should be free.
Yeah, this looks free for CSU Long Beach right here. I mean, you got the turrets plus Emilio roaming up. These are free.
Main. Nice pushback in order to prevent the wall stun, and this means the Skarner support is very low. Fourth shot's gonna land, but the barrier is gonna root misses, and suddenly the health bars are very low.
Suddenly,
Bashes forward,
flash.
doesn't get it. Is that death? No, it isn't. But everyone in the bot lane is currently very low. Meanwhile, Victor has no mana, can't really contest this, but Bel'Veth gets the double knockup. Can she get the kill? Nasus has to ghost out. The flash auto not gonna do enough damage, but Bel'Veth has her up and is able to secure the kill onto Heimer. And somehow in the bot lane, the Vayne died to Jhin, and they're gonna be able to push this wave out. This Vayne struggling really badly in this early game.
So far, the match is looking pretty solid for San Diego State. I mean, they did collect the feat thanks to Jhin eliminating Vayne right there. As well as also, not to mention, we do see Bel'Veth actually actively roaming around the map, securing some kills for the team, which will be honestly pretty beneficial once the side laning portion of the game happens.
Yeah. You could say CS leads for SDSU across the board, and so far it looks like this early game is pretty handily going their way. A little bit of the skirmish top lane, managed to land Q2 and Q3 and gets a little bit of third shots in. Mordekaiser is a pretty tanky champion, so he's just able to shrug that off. Does have enough shield, I think, to stay alive in lane if needed. Back against the Skarner, and the Heimer not gonna opt for the game. As the curtain call comes in, is the fourth shot gonna land? No, it's body blocked by the Milio. That fourth shot, but that bullet is going to bounce. And once again, Vayne's just low, she can't really do anything. Heimer is sitting in this bush. They don't see it. The Fog of War they don't see him. He's in Fog of War. Vayne slowly healing up. I think once they gets the root, walks up, can't actually get anything. Heimer once again repositioning just to try and catch.
Heimer wants to help his team, but he's just in a position now. He's moving back from the rear.
Yeah, I think SDSU might be, but Milio does go down. This turret shot is pretty big here. Barrier comes through, but the Vayne manages to get the shutdown, and Vayne and Heimer, can he get out? No, the burn comes through. Victor now TPing in. It takes some minor damage against this Nasus, but once again, he's still not very strong. That is a very big slow though, and he's not going to be able to position anywhere else. A couple more laser pokes come in, and since Victor is augmented, that second part of the laser is just going to come through and do even more damage to this Nasus.
Honestly, great plays by San Diego State. They're kind of essentially just picking apart at CSU Long Beach right here. Just honestly rotating perfectly and countering any ganks or surprise attacks that Long Beach has on them.
Yeah, sitting on Fog of War is the Milio, trying to make sure that this Nasus doesn't die. die. Can he really do anything? Well, he's just gonna offer to heal instead and walk back to him. Not much really he can do other than that. He is a Milio, but the Victor does have pretty good wave clear here. And that's just gonna be another wave crash. More minions lost from Nasus, who's just taking more damage trying to collect waves. Meanwhile, on top side, Aatrox forced to use the World Ender, or as he's about to die. Mordekaiser is doing a ton of damage here, but the Heimer's here. This might be a kill over for Long Beach, but not if SDSU is to save a great flash of hail from the Skarner and to hand deliver the Aatrox. That's the Death Realm, but can he actually kill Heimerdinger? The answer might be yes, and even if he doesn't, there's a Belveth and a Skarner waiting outside, and that kill is going to go over to Skarner. Great plays from SDSU, and that's a 2 for nothing.
SDSU really wants it. They really want this win here. I mean, they're all over the place this time. Now Belvet's starting to go take out all the grubs, which will be very beneficial for her in the late game, as well as also to help out with the little side laners like Mordekaiser.
And he's going to keep soul laning against this Vayne and this Milio, who are still struggling in this game. Lutz and Block manages to secure the Void Grubs pretty much for free. That's going to be pretty helpful against Victor and against Mordekaiser. They're both pretty low. Can Cammy actually do anything? Actually, yes. And now the Vayne is on a killing spree. She might be back in this game, if all.
This also looks like a drag position for CSC Long Beach. Chemtech Drake's actually pretty good right now. But this should be free as the bot lane starts to push a lot of tower, further destroying it.
Yeah, that's going to be first tower towards SCSU, so I think they're pretty content with just giving that for free.
The E misses.
But Dylan has to flash out, but now all the direction is returned onto the Skarner. It's already so tanky though, and that root's going to make sure that Ronan can't actually do anything. But he goes back in, gets the Impale onto this Milio. But now the Aatrox is here. That's good, and as the World Enders pop, he's going to be able to get that kill onto the Skarner. That's going to be the signal for Long Beach to get distracted. Unless Belveth and Co have something to say about it.
We'll see. I mean, honestly, this is pretty risky, but if they do manage to steal it here,
they don't manage to get it. But there's a lot of CC from SDSU. I think and Titus is able to flash out. So no kills, but that is a curtain call. That is a fourth shot.
Boom.
That will be a kill for this Jin, who is very strong. By this point, and even better yet, Belveth is able to get the reset there. So it's even stronger.
right? I mean, and look at the CS difference between the Jin and the Vayne. So far, Vayne is down tremendously in CS. However, she does have a pretty decent amount of kills to kind of put her up there.
Oh, Skarner unfortunately catches the blue buff instead of the Heimer. Flash forced out from Milio. Can they continue chasing this Heimer? He does have no flash, but instead they're just gonna turn
Milio might go down here.
Who just uses flash as they just saw, and Dylan is now on a killing spree. They just caught Nasus. They just rooted him as well, and Titus can look to flank from the side with this laser. The knockup's gonna come through, and the kill's gonna go over to the Victor. Impale, the drive-by won't come through from Skarner, but it doesn't matter. Throw rock to the head, and that's gonna be another kill for SDSU.
SDSU going crazy and playing hyper aggressive with these kills, utilizing the power of Jin's fourth shot to kind of secure all these kills, as well as using his root to further solidify the kills into their favor.
Another gank from the Skarner here. Aatrox forced to use the World Ender. He is healing a ton.
Healing is crazy.
He has to flash out. If he can get W off, I think he might be able to live. There's the W, and Aatrox is trying his best to survive. He does not die here, and eventually, as I say that, he does go down, but that took a lot of work. And now Vayne and Milio are going to come in and try and clean up this fight. Mordekaiser playing the Fog. Death Realm's the Vayne. Can she get this kill? The answer is yes, but just low enough that I think that Titus was able to claim the kill. But now everybody is on the top side here. Victor gonna be able to have to do a little bit of alco gaming to try and survive, but that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. But now it's a 3v3 on this top side. Knockup doesn't come through from the Belveth, but Dylan is just able to free fire onto the Snassus. Curtain call is used just to get that kill. Only takes 2 shots, but Root does not come in against Milio. But are they gonna push further? The answer is no. But it seems like they're just going to be able to take a tower for Root's troubles. But Dylan's forced to pop the barrier as they don't drop tower aggro on the side.
SDSU absolutely picking apart CSULB, picking them off one by one. Belveth with just a slimmer of health.
Belveth can't get the reset. Vayne super low.
Oh my goodness.
Just the pushback not enough as Jin managed to stack another kill for himself. He is completely off the rails by this point.
At this point, Jin can just one-shot anybody that he chooses to one-shot.
I mean, it's 15 minutes into the game, and 16 minutes into the game, we already have an 11k gold lead on the side of SDSU. Well, then they're now gonna have to be popped as Aatrox is just gonna try and duel this Mordekaiser, but he just takes so much damage from this passive and his skills. Rylai's also just makes sure that he can't get away, and that's an easy solo kill from the Mordekaiser.
This is honestly just a one-sided match at this point. I mean, SDSU successfully funneling most of the kills to Jin, with Jin getting a couple kills early on, is able to capitalize it by getting such a huge item lead as well as a CS lead. Further keep pushing SDSU forward to secure this win.
The Skarner support might be a bit caught, has no E or flash. Actually does have the flash. Manages to get out actually. That's incredible. But is the Mordekaiser dead? The answer might be yes. But the passive just makes sure he's alive.
Belveth does come into
Belveth comes through. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Belveth gets the reset. Flash forward stride breaker, knock up kill. That's a double kill for the Belveth. Skarner's back. Can he get anything more? Can he put... He is driving by. Can he get Milio into the wall? Dodges the soccer ball, but I don't think that's going to be enough as the Aatrox just might get the kill here.
But Jin does roll up to take up top tower to further push SDSU closer and closer to the Nexus.
Yeah, a bit cocky there from the Skarner. As we get a duel here. Both mid laners incredibly chunked right now. Nasus and Victor both force the ults. The Wither's just gonna come through. He's very slow. I think a couple ones. Oh, that's a solo kill. That's a solo kill for the Nasus.
Jin looking to kind of catch the top wave at this point, but he's spotted by Milio.
Yeah.
I don't know if this is kind of a good idea.
Good flash. Good flash, but but Milio is able to cleanse himself. Doesn't matter. Jin just sends a bullet to the head. And Belveth is just 1v1ing people on side lane. I think that's and now this Belveth is legendary. Vayne might be able to get the kill here if she plays her cards right.
See, that's what I'm saying, like with the Belveth. Oh, she wasted the dash.
The vision, gets the stride breaker, gets the wall stun.
Beautiful kill by
it's a 1,000. Yeah, it's a 1,000 gold shutdown to this Vayne. Who was I think the only person that's actually decently strong on this team so far.
Let's see so far how Skarner will be able to play this. He can actually pin Vayne right here.
Doesn't get the pushback, able to get the wall stun on the wall, but this Skarner is gonna get the impale here. I don't know what he's thinking trying to 1v1 a Vayne, especially one that is backed up by Emilio, and that's another kill for this
Yeah, I don't know what he was thinking there. Maybe it was a mistiming with his teammate, but
a bit of happy gaming.
Yeah, it's honestly I think they're just chill playing at this point.
SDSU just continuing to play really cocky. Does actually miss the E, and I think he's able to escape this death row pretty freely. Yeah, there it is. It's a couple skill shots just get a miss from SDSU, but they still have a 32. I mean, not 32. What? No. A 11k gold lead here. So even though they gave away a couple shutdowns, I don't think that it's necessarily going to be over just yet. As now everyone's sending it into mid lane. We can pan to mid lane where there's absolute pandemonium. Dylan is caught. I think Dylan's just gonna die here. That is a 800 gold shutdown over to Nasus.
Oh, the great shutdown by Long Beach. SDSU needs to start to play a little careful here.
Well, they do get the Rift Herald, and I think they're just gonna opt to get out. They're all the rest of the teams. The rest of Long Beach is currently moving mid, and I think they're gonna try and get this mid tier 1 objective bouncy. But look at the recalls; they have to answer this top tower first.
Right, and this is gonna also crash onto the second tower.
They also have.
Let's go see if.
He's
drifting it. He's drifting it.
He's driving it. Is he going to get this turret? The answer is no. But regardless, they managed to bring the attention over to mid lane. Pings are flying down right now. There's the Victor. Wow, this Victor does a lot of damage. This Vayne's pretty much good as dead. Nice and pale, and the Chaos Storm's just going to be able to catch that.
Vayne just running for her life from Victor. See if Victor is able to get some poke over here.
It's the Milio that died, excuse me. But in any case, Skarner is very tanky. Mordekaiser is also just free hitting inside the Death Realm. Now he has some Swordheimer stats. Can he get the kill onto the Vayne? The Vayne is also free hitting, but he crucially misses the Q. And that's going to allow Vayne to pick up another kill.
Jin to go down.
But no. Jin almost also goes down to the Nasus, but just in time. But this Aatrox giving the B smile. I don't know if he's able to get out. World Ender pop, the minion wave is pulled away from the tower, but but Victor is able to flash out and go to safety.
Atacon is up. We'll see if SDSU wants to take Atacon. Or it looks like they could be prioritizing the Drake right here as it spawns.
But at this point,
this is free Drake. Oh my goodness.
By this point in time, Velveth is so incredibly strong and is just able to melt neutral objectives.
It looks like they're gonna try to catch Aatrox down here in the bot lane.
World Ender, no flash. I think this Aatrox is probably just good as dead. Dylan is BMing ever so slightly and just letting Velveth get the kill off. Meanwhile, Victor is just able to push out mid lane for free, and I think that's going to be a fairly free Otacon, unless Heimer has something to say about it. Absolute slugfest of a game here. We are up 46 kills in total. As the Impale are gonna come through, nice cleanse, nice ult from Milio to make sure that the Impale make sure it's cleansed, and this Heimer does get rooted, does get suppressed. And that is a extremely dead Yordle right there. And STSU also just able to play the Otacon for free. See now that the map control is being relegated. Objective bounty does come through for the Vayne, but I don't know if it's enough, as by this point in time, all that's left are just inhibitor turrets to take. Right,
I mean, this is honestly just a crazy game, like, for SDSU, especially for the AD carry. Dylan, looks like we have another fight here.
Hold on a second. Push back against the Victor, and Nasus able to get that kill snag that kill for himself. Victor is caught out and subsequently dead.
SDSU needs to start playing a little bit more precisely. Looks like they're getting a little bit excited the fact how many kills they have on the board.
Yeah.
Playing a little sloppy here rather than playing as a team. Close it out.
It's still a 9k bounty, still a 9k gold lead, but they still have a lot of standing gold up on the maps. If they're not careful, I think they could just give it away entirely. So yeah, get a bit of the zoom in on Jin here. Yeah. Looks like SDSU is all pinging towards this Aatrox.
Oh, beautiful flash by Aatrox.
Manages to flash out. I think. He is not alive. Never mind. Curtain call. Let's just get that kill.
And once again, another zoom.
Another zoom in as well. Yup. See, this Vayne is caught. Is impaled. That cleanse does not come through for Milio this time, and the Jin was now on a killing spree. Without their main source of damage gone, SDSU are just perfectly content to 4-1 split into the mid and bottom lanes. Root comes in from Jin, on point with these skill shots.
This honestly might be GG's right here.
But they have, I don't know if it's GG just yet. They still have the Nasus and they still have the timer up. But one thing's for sure, they are able to get double inhibitor here. And yeah, Aatrox is now back. I don't know if they can get this one. Belveth is diving under turret, is able to get it. Can she get the
This might be
reset?
GG's.
Can she get the reset? She does, but she also dies.
Oh.
Victor barely alive. Mordekaiser is
Oh
just
my
however-
goodness, Mordekaiser just
But there's the
Grab
there's the
Vayne on
bait.
the tower.
She's zooming. She's gliding. Can she get anything? No. The shit is so low, but it's not able to do anything. Milio
Oh.
flashes forward in order to try and get the kill, but it's not enough. That's dead. There's the ace. There's the base, and I think SDSU are perfectly content with seeing this one out.
1 HP.
1 HP.
Dylan is 1 HP.
Dylan is 1 HP. Absolute masterclass of a Jin game here today. Unless the Aatrox comes out and nope, no, not gonna happen. We're gonna TP on that ward fountain, and that's gonna be GG.
GG's.
I don't think that was the cleanest win, but all things considered, that was a really fun game.
It was a pretty fun game. I mean, again, it was a best of 1 series. I mean, looks like SDSU was honestly both teams did really good. It just looked like just everyone was just trying to have fun and just mess around. And
Yeah.
you could hear them laughing in the background. So
Yeah, great
it's
showing.
honestly, it was just great showman's match, and it's great.
All right, well, that'll be it for today. So thank you for tuning in to day 4 of the Aztec Spring Games, and we'll see you tomorrow or some other time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, my ears hurt.